ضيوف الكرام.
This conference, we are so thrilled to have this distinguished group. Thank you for being with us. السادة سيدات الحضور.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everybody. And I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, this kind of invitation, and I hope we will come up with some insights which might be an enrichment to this very specialized conference. No doubt.
I think there is a translation, so I will deal with it in Arabic.
There is simultaneous interpretation, so she will deliver in Arabic. You know quite well that we live in a rapidly changing world, and this constant changing is the feature of this volatile world. Where our kids and daughters, and they call us dinosaurs because they have advanced rapidly in the world of today. We might not catch up with them, however, we are trying to do that. Therefore, we have to catch up with this rally or a process of advancement in education, and we will discuss with each other the Edu 4.0, and then we will touch upon the features or characteristics, and then moving towards the digital transformation education, and so on and so forth, touching upon some of the views or perspectives which might be an addition or enrichment to the discussions. So everybody today has this smart device in our hands, the smartphones or smart devices in our hands. So we use them for delivering our lectures. We use information. We communicate with the others and with the world through these devices. We live in what is called the fourth industrial revolution. What is the fourth industrial revolution? It is a revolution in all the economic institutions, industries, which is actually featured by the advanced technology, the robotics, the cybersecurity, a lot of the terms and definitions or concepts which actually feature the world of industry today. And we are required as educators and people working on training and preparing the generation to prepare them to catch up with these advancements in the world of today. Therefore, we have to prepare them for the future challenges, and this is what we call teaching the fourth generation 4.0 education, and which will probably in line with the technological advancements and the transforming education from a very stagnant environment to more flexible and more adaptable. What are the features of this transformation we are embarking on? So it takes into consideration catching up with the modern technologies and prepares the students with the 21st century skills. And then what have we been doing then? What kind of skills? What kind of information? What kind of knowledge? So there are core knowledge and facts, core knowledge to be provided with through the core scientists like the STEM subjects, geography, economics, history. All these are core subjects. However, there are other skills which we call the soft skills, like literacy skills. But nowadays, we have the soft skills. What are the soft skills? This is what's required currently in the labor market, the critical thinking, flexibility, adaptability, communicative skills, and a lot we will touch upon through our discussion today, which needs to be provided through our educational system. Some of them, or not all, but there have been attempts here and there for integrating the soft skills in our curricula. This education, Edu 4.0, which we are targeting, calls for innovation and creativity, and calls for developing the talents, and also providing for more integrative and conducive learning environment. What are the features? So all these years we have been teaching, and the traditional teaching has its own features or characteristics, but currently teaching or education, which we are targeting, has its own features. It is interactive. So sustainable interactive learning enhances the continuous and attractive learning environments. So she asked for a separate mobile microphone so she can move. So we have the classrooms as the learning environment, and then the school environment, which is very closed, where learning happens, teaching and learning takes place. But now the classroom is the virtual world, and the learning environment is the whole world. So there is this big gap, or this difference between the traditional teaching. This is again a sort of teamwork, as you say. So there is a difference between the closed traditional learning environment and the open virtual learning environment, where the space, the virtual space, and the world is the learning environment, and there is interaction and between the learners and the receivers, and all the other factors in the learning environment. There is interaction with the community. The fourth generation education 4.0 requires the interaction between different sectors of industry and the learners. The educational system is required to provide the industries and the labor market with competent and qualified people who are equipped with the 21st century skills. Yet the industries and the labor market are actually bound to develop the technologies and the mechanisms that enhance or promote the educational environment or learning environment. So it has to be a two-way interaction, and the same also includes the political, social, and educational institutions or agencies. And we in the education Edu 4.0 has to take all these factors and players into consideration. There is more flexibility, more adaptability. It is an open education based on technologies. The biggest universities are the open universities now. They have the online programs. Let's take, for example, the Open Indian University, how many billion students they have. So this is the nature. They are accessible by huge numbers of instances, and the open universities across the world attract students or learners in thousands or hundreds of thousands. And the Arab Open University in the Arab world, which opens access or facilitates access for students who can never actually join the traditional universities. The platforms and the open universities, we find open platforms and open learning, and all the stages of education might be open or available or provided online. And COVID-19 proved that this mode of education, or facilitating accessibility to students through technology, is the most appropriate route for learning. It promotes creativity and innovation, and it provides more personalized learning. This is the education. This is the Edu 4.0. The traditional teaching is closed in the teacher and the students in the closed classrooms or closed schools, while Edu 4.0 is actually opening the space to be the whole world, virtually as a whole. So they told me time is very limited for me. Digital transformation education or Edu 4.0 will affect the curricula, and from yesterday everybody is touching upon this issue, so I'm not going to reiterate what has been raised. It affects the design of the curricula, and it uses the technology heavily, and it has a direct impact, or a clear significant impact, in improving the students' attainment, creating more sustainable and conducive learning environment. And I would like to touch upon Kuwait's experience in this field. When it started in 2008, when I was in the Ministry of Education, we developed a project as a comprehensive integrated project, which was the e-learning project launched in Kuwait in 2008, and we have some people who participated in the as teachers or administrative staff and the experts who worked on developing the articles of association, or the first charter of the electronic learning project, and the infrastructure and school connectivity, and also the educational portal. It has like 9 items under this project, or sub-projects under the big program. So within 2 years, we completed most of these projects. All schools of Kuwait were connected to the infrastructure, and they are currently connected. When I left the school, the ministry 2010, I had 48 schools, and now we have more than 1,000 schools are connected technologically in this project through the e-learning portal. And we also completed a lot of communication portals. All schools are provided with the communication and network portals. A lot of the projects, but as is the case, our projects, it takes the momentum in the early stages and then fades away gradually, till we reach the stage of what's left, actually some of the remains, and the ministry currently is working on continuing or reviving these projects. But the GCC states in general, all of them are actually setting these projects as the list of their top priorities. And some GCC states have advanced on this because we have representatives of other GCC states. Each country has its own process and its own experience to certain levels. So this transformation is not local, as mentioned yesterday. It is something global. It's a global happening. So international organizations have taken this into consideration. The UNESCO has launched 3 important points. The UNESCO strategy, which was developed or launched by UNESCO in 2021 to 2025, and then the AI competency frameworks for students and teachers, which was developed as a framework for teachers and the students to develop or to shift the mindset of the students to define the ethics of using technology or integrating technology, the applications, and the implementation, and designing the systems. So I refer to this as AI competency framework for students and teachers, which is available, and you can resort to for the people in charge of. In addition, also to the World Economic Forum, WEF, which is mandated of defining the future or probably exploring the future jobs, has developed the white papers, which categorizes the skill sets required for the labor market in this field, and a lot of the features which have been developed by WEF. It is also available. And it is actually in the synopsis I provided. You can refer to the role of AI in education. So after a while, you will not find me. You will find somebody from any country using, for example, the hologram. This is the artificial intelligence. In a recent graduation ceremony in Kuwait, in the high school, I was with the students, and I have Dr. Ahmed who helped us. Actually, we brought in a virtual speaker using the hologram system, and the students were stunned by that. The artificial intelligence, willy or nilly, has actually penetrated our life, penetrated our educational systems. It supports the teachers to deliver there and to perform well, and it provides more specialized learning, supports the students through the virtual assistants, and provides a personalized experience in learning for each student, and also enhances the individual and collective learning. And let me here to deal with the students with disabilities or with learning difficulties. This system provides a very excellent an excellent conducive environment for the person with disabilities, because it helps in identifying the personal needs and designs the systems for them. So it is actually a great addition to the persons with disabilities. It also promotes AI promotes a new role for the teachers. So the role of the teacher is a coach more than a preacher or a lecturer. It is a digital teacher. We need to intensively train our teachers and staff. You talked about this, and it has to be creative. Teachers have to be creative and not only sharing knowledge and data. So the adaptive learning, it actually brings in different type of content for each student, and provides more enriched experiences. And it is smart assessment tools with the different types of technologies. We have the virtual reality, augmented reality, and extended reality, and we are reading about this. All these are environments that would actually help us in reality to enhance the educational system, and you might read about this. I did not know before. I was not aware of them. We are learning from the current generation. So we are teaching them and learning from them, and these are in these fields they are more competent and more specialized. In the hospitals, in the factories, we find the robots, and we find the virtual labs, and all these actually enhance the learning process. The new curricula, they are interactive. It includes simulation, and it has fun and adaptability. And the creative teaching methods, which takes more specializations and more interdisciplinary connections, and also stressing on or emphasizing what we call the integration between the virtual reality and the actual reality. And we have rich learning environments in the AI. When the students bring the researches, we don't know whether they have produced these researches or actually using AI or generative AI or so when the student comes with a very distinguished research, I don't ask them, how did you get that? And then ask them, what you benefited from research. We have to change our methods. We know that they have elicited information from different systems with the technologies and simulation applications. So why we, for example, to ask them, how you get this information? And the question is, explain me what you benefited from this information or this research. There is skill development and improving the student attainment, and also providing more interactive content and providing more interactive learning experiences. What are the features of the future schools? The specialized or personalized? We say personalized learning that focuses on the individual needs is the most important feature of the EDU 4.0, which actually enhances the creativity and innovation. We moved from the students who only memorize and deliver during the school and outside the school. You will see, for example, the piles or stacks of books thrown outside the school walls. So the Edu 4.0 is actually helping us to move. We help the students to develop their creativity and innovation. And our teachers, and I'm sure a number of the teachers are available today here, please do not concentrate on memorization. Concentrate on one the students benefited. So do not focus on what they memorized from the content of the curricula. Focus on what they benefited and how they can implement what they benefited. It is also the collective and interactive learning, integrated and sustainable learning, and more conducive environment for students. Without getting into the personalized learning, so there are contents that can be catered for the individual needs and personalized preferences.
I would like to take a moment to look at this curve, or what is known as the P21 model. This model was developed by the Battle and Kids organization in 2019 as a result of the interaction that took place between educational experts, teachers, and businessmen. As we can see, there are different colors. We have the light green, which refers to key subjects such as mathematics, languages, chemistry, etc. So it's important to have a certain level of knowledge in those fields. Then we have three other colors. We have the learning, innovation skills, i.e. soft skills, which we have previously mentioned, and which are known as the 4Cs: critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. It's important for students to learn how to work within teams, how to innovate, and how to be able to communicate with the world. We also have life and career skills. Those are the skills that focus on flexibility, self-confidence, among other things. The reference is available on the screen should you need to go back to this slide. Finally, we have information, media, and technology-related skills. Technology literacy is at the forefront in this area. There's also a supporting system that comprises of standards and assessments, curriculum and instruction, professional development, and learning environments. This supporting system is also quite important and further confirms what we have previously spoken about. We therefore need to understand how we could benefit from this chart, which many educational systems around the world are currently relying on. I would like to take a moment to talk about the challenges. There are obviously challenges. This is not an easy job, and the ride is not an easy one. I can tell you that from experience, especially that I am of a certain age. Adapting to the needs of my students is quite difficult for me. That needs to take place to achieve the necessary objective is quite high. I would say, however, that in GCC countries, the infrastructure has been provided. Then we need to focus on how to provide continuous professional development opportunities for our staff. This is the real challenge at hand, and we need to look into the development opportunities that are provided for teachers and instructors. This will have a positive impact on the instructors and teachers on the one hand, but also on the students on the other. The third point pertains to the following: developing the digital interactive educational content. I still see some people using projectors and struggling with the use of the most basic forms of technology. Therefore, we need to adapt to that. And there is resistance when we want to implement change. Change is not always welcomed with open arms by everyone. Sometimes we find it quite difficult to instill change, namely when dealing with old school mentalities. And students would have reached much more advanced levels in terms of understanding technology compared to their teachers and instructors. There are also challenges pertaining to having access to technology. So the access itself is a challenge. This is something that was thoroughly discussed by the colleagues and experts yesterday. Those challenges are not easy to overcome, and as mentioned before, we need to ensure that we have the necessary skills and capacities to try to overcome such challenges. I want to talk about the legislative gap. This is such a major issue, namely for our countries. I will share with you my personal experience in the state of Kuwait. The laws and policies that are in place sometimes represent an obstacle that prevents achieving digital transformation in the field of education. For example, we question the credibility of the provision of online courses, knowing that there is a certain supervision system that is in place that could allow to verify the quality of the courses that are being provided online. I'm sharing with you my experience from the Arab Open University. I have tried with the relevant minister to negotiate and to understand to what extent it would be possible to switch to the hybrid system, because at the end of the day we are an open university. So I was trying to see if maybe it would be possible to adopt a hybrid system by 50%. However, there was a considerable resistance on behalf of the decision makers in this regard. It's also important to provide the necessary legal protection in the field of digital education. We should also support innovation and protect the rights of innovators in order to provide a comprehensive educational environment. Based on this experience, we have tried to benefit as much as we can from what we have learned in the university, in Abdullah Salim University. Sorry for interrupting you, doctor. We are out of time. You have already exceeded the time allocated to your presentation, but it's okay. We'll give you 2 more minutes. Thank you for being so generous with me. In Abdullah Salim University, we have tried as an institution to benefit from the innovation at hand. It's a 4th generation university, and it relies on technological advancements. Aside from providing several fields of specialization related to technology, and it merges or it combines between 2 branches, the educational branch and the research branch, which nourishes or guides the educational branch. In Abdullah Salim University, we expect that we will be able to provide students with the necessary core and soft skills for those students to be able to be of service to their communities. And there are other universities in the GCC that have actually preceded us in working on this. There is a university in Saudi Arabia, for example, and several universities in Qatar that have hosted a large number of international universities. There's also the Technological University in Bahrain, and there are also universities in Oman. I apologize if I missed mentioning any relevant university, but the message is the following. It is possible to work locally on developing the field of digitalized education. There's still a lot of work to be done. It's important to focus on providing the continuous training that we have previously spoken about to teachers and educators. The GCC countries are no exception to other countries around the world. We need to further promote this educational environment in order to ensure that our students are innovators, are creative, are capable of individual and autonomous thinking, and are benefiting to the max from virtual education. Let us get out of our comfort zone. Let us stop focusing on forcing students to memorize everything and to just write down what they have memorized, before forgetting everything once the tests are over. By doing so, we will be able to develop the personalities of our students, who will become innovators and creative and definitely contribute to development of their societies, whether in Kuwait, other GCC countries, or any country around the world. And I believe the experts who are here probably share with me that same opinion, and I think that this vision is a rather joint vision to everyone in the field of education. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Hamoud, and we apologize for having interrupted you because we need to abide by the schedule. Excellencies, esteemed guests, we will now continue with our keynote speakers at the beginning of our second day. And I will be giving the floor to the second keynote speaker, which will be given to us by Professor Blazinga Tijvak, Professor of Mathematics and Information Science at the University of Zagreb, and former Minister of Science and Education in the Republic of Croatia. Professor Tijvak will talk about the following topic: reimagining education. What is the role of humans in the era of AI? The professor was the former, as we have mentioned before, the former Minister of Education in Croatia. She is
أكثر من 40 مشروعا على المستويين الوطني والدولي، وهي مؤلفة ل8 كتب وأكثر من 150 ورقة علمية ومهنية في مجالات الرياضيات والتخطيط الاستراتيجي في التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي.
So he apologized for the interruption of the interpretation. Professor Tijvak has been a coordinator and researcher in over 40 national and international projects. She currently coordinates the Innovating Learning Design Higher Education. Welcome, Professor, and now the floor is yours.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really happy that I am here and that I can share with you, but also learn from you. First, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and because I think it's really important that we understand that education and talk about education and solutions in education and bringing us together and understanding us better. And also, I think that education is a really kind of point that we can meet each other and work together. And especially when we talk about a moment that we have now to think about the role of humans in the era of AI, because it is a high time that we understand that we should work together, because it is not a challenge as any smaller challenges that we have around, but it's really a major challenge, opportunity, and a challenge. And in my experience, it is the best way to start and work together globally. Because when I was a Minister of Education and Research of Croatia, then Croatia was chairing EU in the first half of 2020. And you know that it was actually the time when pandemic started, and we were facing a lot of problems and challenges because of that. But also, it was a time when I experienced that we as minister, 28 of us at that time, actually come closer and work closer together and collaborative more than compete. So I think it is a time for us that we actually, take this message and work in that way further when we talk about AI in general, but also AI in education. So let me just see, it's here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the opposite. So at the beginning, let us start with some big questions about AI and to understand where we are right now, even though I would like to thank to the first speaker, Her Excellency, because she was excellent in pointing out where we are and what's in front of us. But also how we can take driving seat and be decision makers instead of just, you know, to be spectacular. And then how we can align AI with our goals in education, not to just think about how we introduce technology, any technology in education, but how to align AI with our goals and to make it beneficial, not just powerful, because it's extremely powerful. I think that nowadays you can just, you know, take any articles and every topic and ask AI to prepare not just presentation for you, but also podcast, all sorts of stuff. But is it really learning? Is it helping us, teachers, students, decision makers? And what we need, what needs to be in a curricula today to give a positive push to students, not just to work with AI, but actually to prepare them to live actively as active citizens in the future, in an AI era. Are teachers going to be replaced? Of course, we think that, of course, there is no chance. But there are so many resources, sources, and how we are going to actually to deal with that. And how to preserve academic integrity, assessment methods, and redesigning learning. It is our job to do so. And probably the most important, how to inspire our students and colleagues to be part of a positive change. Not to embrace something, but just to take a time to rethink and then redesign, but align what we are doing with our goals. How we can influence decision makers and leaders to broaden the vision. Because for many people today, even decision makers and leaders, AI is really a black box. Really a black box. And how to keep human autonomy and dignity in the age of AI. So if we are just leaving everything to machines and AI, what's our job? Where is our fulfillment, our feeling of that we have a dignity, that we have integrity, that what we do matter? We don't know. Of course, there are some people, some rather influential scientists and leaders saying that it's most important conversation of our time to solve these issues. And this is one old picture. So how to keep human autonomy and dignity, and where is the human-only territory? Are we going to surrender everything to machines, to those that are machines that are faster than we are, more knowledgeable? Or we should rethink how to actually compete or collaborate in that. So this is one old, as I said, picture from the futurist Hans Moravec. It is a great flood metaphor. So a landscape of human competencies, you can see some of the human competencies, and then advancing computer performance is like water slowly flooding the landscape. And what Moravec said almost 30 years ago, I proposed that we build arcs as that they nears and adopt a seafaring life. I'm a mathematician, and when I look at the theorem proving and the verification, I remembered 30 years ago, it was very far from my mind that it would come time when mathematicians and mathematicians that, you know, with PhD researchers are really, you know, not so good in comparison with machines when we are talking about ideas, abstractions, theorems. And nowadays we have machines that are very near in solving mathematical Olympiad problems. So we should think about it. So let us think what we can do and how we can compete. Of course, what is worth teaching and learning, it's very important that we rethink and revisit daily, because demands for knowledge and skills in the AI era are shifting, and specifics of what will be required remain uncertain, because we don't know. But of course, we can begin to offer some answers, finding some models, think about it. So I used here for this thought experiment one rather simple method, this scientific method cycle, simplified, and ask us several questions. In which stage do you see humans as a leading, not supporting? Where would AI machines dominate? What we think right now and what are our predictions? Where can humans and machines work together, and in which stage would we like to reserve for humans? So it's on us to make decisions. But if we are just waiting, we are not players, we are not decision makers, we are just spectators. And then, of course, we can think about this human-machine partnership. For example, in problem posing, what does it mean that humans define a problem or a goal for a machine? For example, let us take one well-known problem, like that we have a lack of teachers in STEM area, mathematics and STEM in general, all around the world, even in rich countries. There are differences between schools in poor areas, or also differences between type of schools. But in general, we are facing this kind of a problem to have a high quality STEM teachers for our students, but this is very important. So what are solutions? What kind of solutions we have? What are the differences? What are the transversal issues and the causes? Or what are specifics of the certain context? So we can analyze that, and also we can use describing a problem. We can analyze, because nowadays we have intelligent AI tutors, so it is a personal tutor for students. To just give a tutor, AI tutor for students, if you have areas without teachers or schools without teachers, how together also not misuse data, because these are in this problem-solving phase, human design experiments, machine-produce optimal process, and to with a very focused. And then, of course, in the validation interpretation phase, humans must work backwards. Once machine produce a result, humans must verify its validity. If solution actually, this interpretation of outputs is very important here, not just because of the ethical, finding errors, also understanding what was done in the previous phase, and to understand the biases, for example, causality, and phase, and next phase is reflection and new knowledge. And this is actually, I would say, the most important, that here the humans are decision makers to decide to incorporate it or not into the existing good practices. Of course, machine can organize dissemination, storage. And why I ask you to be with me in this thought experiment? Because based on that, we can analyze what kind of a knowledge and skills we need in our schools, in our curricula. Yes, because, for example, we just sometimes put aside a problem-posing phase to understand the context, to understand what's going on, and just skip it. It doesn't mean that students don't need basic fundamentals of mathematics. Of course they do. Of course they do. But also to understand the context. Local context, global context, And also to nurture curiosity, understanding, deep understanding that's based on understanding of fundamentals but should be broader, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. So learn them to ask questions. So it's very cultural. If you're in some parts of the world, you know, there are a lot of questions for students, and then you come in some other parts of the world, students are not asking questions. Okay? Does it mean that it's better to ask questions? Maybe. Maybe it's just a trick. But this deep understanding is what we actually should think about. And then computational thinking to understand algorithms, simulation, models, so how to make prompts, but also basic coding skills, knowledge of scientific principles and methodologies. It's important. Then in the validation interpretation phase, ethical judgment, causality, domain knowledge. Also to evaluate, first to understand and then to evaluate of trustworthiness of AI systems. What does it mean to have a trustworthy AI system? Most of the systems we have today are not particularly trustworthy. Not even this intelligent AI assistant for students I mentioned. And also, who are the owners? Sometimes the owners, and very often the owners are big industries. So we should consider this as well. And finally, to have a risk analysis, mitigation, knowledge management, and again, the cycle can start again. So this is kind of a simple analysis based on this model, but of course, we can take another very important issue about the values. So it's not everything about skills and knowledge. We should incorporate values, equal opportunities for everybody, not just boys and girls, but also migrant students, refugees. So because the talents are distributed evenly around the globe, but the opportunities are not. We should think about it. But also to be open-minded, responsible, to think about our personal integrity, collaboration, accountability, civic responsibility, and of course, transparency is very important. But transparency in AI systems is very low, We should ask for transparency before introducing anything in education. Transparency to understand not just the algorithms, but the inputs, the biases, the problems, the possible interpretations. So I think that's something that we should think about it. And how to keep human autonomy and dignity in the age of AI. So if we will have robots and machines to work instead of us, to think instead of us, what we are going to do with our spare time. And probably in 10 years, we will have not just digital natives in schools, but AI natives in schools. How we are going to deal with that? Probably yesterday we talked after dinner and during dinner, what does it mean to actually work in a family with students, with children? Because these digital natives, as I said, will be AI natives. What does it mean? Do we at all understand what does it mean for the human integrity and dignity at all? And of course, assessment. So it was also the topic in the previous presentation, but assessment should be aligned with the learning outcomes that we mentioned before. So it means that students should solve authentic, novel, personalized tasks, context-oriented as well, subject-specific assessment also is very important, but also to ability to ask questions and pose problems, not just solve problems, but somebody else posed and asked the questions. And then, of course, algorithmic design and scientific thinking, teamwork, process of learning, reflection on that. That's much more complex and difficult. As a university professor, I know it's much more difficult to assess that than just, the facts, multiple choice questions or some production of some solution of some problem. But today that can be done easily with the help of AI. And then, of course, it is this kind of assess how students defend their perspectives and ideas based on fundamental knowledge, but also based on some broader skills and values as well. And then, of course, it's always a problem of cheating, I know. Whenever we talk about AI and AI in education and higher education, but we should understand cheating. So why students cheat, like a pressure to succeed, lack of preparation, perceived low risk of being caught, or opportunity, access to means of cheating. But we know that most of this stuff are not new ones. So we should understand that. And we should be very clear about what is allowed, what is not, especially in this borderline. So these ethically ambiguous practices. So it's something that should go hand in hand with assessment and new approaches. And yeah, we should be open with students what to do, because if we are just pretending it's not here, then students are going to sneak or wander, or maybe we are kind of giving them instructions, road mapping their way, how they find their way in the new landscape of learning, and hope for the best for them to give them tools and means to auto-navigate. So students decide whether to use AI, what is good for them, what is actually not under the threshold. And of course, teachers' approaches to integrating or not integrating AI. Of course, we know the teachers, they said, okay, it's not here. I have my Blackboard, I have my PowerPoint presentation, I'm happy with that, okay? So we are going to pretend that it's not here. Or, that's probably me, okay? This German Shepherd dog. Because give them instructions, examples, work with them, talk with them, present them with ways how to detect errors, how to navigate in this new landscape, and hoping for the best, this all approach, wise approach that we can, with a dignity and assurance, work and know where is our territory, human-only territory. And to be sure that learning design is our competence, human competence. So if you are interested more in what our laboratory for learning analytics prepared to share, because it's free to use, you can see this is the tool that has been used in more than 40 countries. There is a poster in the next room, so you can check the details. And now let me to conclude. So AI is here to stay. And the ostrich approach is not the solution. We cannot ignore the swift advancements in AI, but can't fully embrace them without critical examining what lies within the black box. It's very important. And as it says that it needs a village to bring a child, so we really need a global understanding of AI to regulate, but also see what are the benefits and how to use the benefits of AI, and especially in education. So I hope that in this dialogue we have this at this conference are going to bring us closer to a solution and bring us closer to also embrace future literacies as educators and decision makers. So thank you very much for your attention.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thanks a lot to Professor Vizika Divjak for her informative and valuable presentation. We come now to the plenary session number 3. Among the activities of today, but before we We talk about the details of this session. In fact, we have an elite group of teachers, a very good group of teachers, males and females, and supervisors. Let me welcome the teachers for being with us. Thank you for taking the time to be here. From yesterday and today, we talk about teachers, and today we have a very big group of teachers. You are most welcome. We can start the third plenary session, which is actually about the topic of digital transformation education, demands, opportunities, and challenges. And this plenary session will be moderated by Dr. Muna Hamid Al-Janahi, Deputy Dean of the College of Education, UAE University. Please proceed to the stage and call on the speakers, the panelist speakers in this session. Peace be upon you all. Let me call on the panelist speakers to proceed to the stage. They are Professor Feng-Chun Miao, the Chief of the Unit of Technology and AI in Education sector in UNESCO. The second speaker, Dr. Joseph South, Chief Innovation Officer at ISTE and ASCD. The third speaker, Dr. David Santandrio Kalong, Head of Educational Program Development, Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence, Abu Dhabi, UAE. And the fourth speaker, Professor Faiz Al-Dhafiri, Professor of Educational Technology at Kuwait University. Please proceed to take your seats on the stage. Thank you for accepting our invitation to be with us. The topic of today is digital transformation in education, demands, opportunities, and challenges. Digital transformation in education has become inevitable within the volatile, rapid change in technology and its increasing role in all aspects of our life. Therefore, the educational institutions are required in this age to accelerate the digital transformation steps in education in order to catch up with the other institutions in the community, which have advanced and taken giant leaps and changed their workflow and the way of operating and the way of delivering services to the clients or customers. And COVID-19 pandemic has actually led to a lot of changes in the towards the adoption of initiatives, digital initiatives, and this requires a comprehensive policy that addresses the challenges faced by educational systems in this regard, and at the same time touch upon the problems and correct the deficits. Our plenary session today will focus on how to reach a much deeper understanding of the demands of transformation education in the GCC states, especially with regards to providing the high quality digital content of curricula and also providing the competences needed for the learners. And the session also will focus on identifying the best creative or innovations for the digital education, and also exploring the possible deficits or problems or challenges and the educational policies required for addressing these barriers. We start with the first topic delivered by Professor Feng-Chun Miao, and it is entitled Human-Centered AI in Education from the Perspectives of Policies and Competences. The floor is yours.
وحدة التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي في قطاع التعليم في مقر اليونسكو بباريس، وهو أيضا أستاذ بجامعة بكين العادية في الصين. يقود برامج قطاع التعليم في اليونسكو المعنية بالتكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي في التعليم. يشغل أيضا منصب منسق التعليم في فريق العمل المشترك بين القطاعات المعني بالذكاء الاصطناعي.
AI, and it is in relation to the UNESCO programs, and also the coordinator of the joint task force between the UN agencies on AI, and he's an author more than publication and reports for UNESCO on digital content in education, and his reports among the top 50 reports across the world published by UNESCO, and he coordinated the support provided for more than 70 countries with regards to the developing and rectifying the policies on digital education.
Very good morning, Excellency, participants. It's really my honor to be here to share with you what UNESCO has done, not only what we have been thinking of, and not only what we are talking about in the field of AI education. First of all, I would like to use one slide to present what UNESCO has been doing in this field. From the dimension of the time in the history, we started to plan the program on AI in education from 2017. And in 2019, we organized the first international conference on AI and education. We call it the first international conference because we gathered more than 120 countries, including more than 50 ministers with more than 500 participants from around the world. And in the 2019 conference, we developed and adopted first consensus on AI and education, Beijing Consensus on AI and education. And starting from 2019, we have been continuously organizing the annual forum on AI and education for 4 years in a row. I think this is the only one organization have been organizing international forum on AI education for more than 4 years. And in 2023, we organized the first ministers roundtable on AI in education with 45 ministers gathered online to talk about ChatGPT and its implications for education. And in 2023, we rebranded the 10-year-old Mobile Learning Week to Digital Learning Week. We launched the first Digital Learning Week in 2023. 2 months ago, in September 2024, we organized the second Digital Learning Week. And that's historically what we have been doing. And we gathered more than 10,000 participants with more than 500 speakers, including more than 100 ministers to talk about AI and education. We listened to them, we learned from them, we discussed with them. And from the focus areas, we have been focusing on AI and education policies. For this, we have a consensus, we have a guidance, which is available in 7 languages, including Arabic language. And we have been organizing 3 seminars based on different languages, on Arabic, on Spanish, on French. We reached more than 50 countries, 2,000 policymakers based on the local language. And the second focus area is that we have been watching the trends in this area and the implication for education. For example, last year, we used 6 months in developing, finalizing, and publishing a guidance for generative AI in education and research. It was reaffirmed by the first keynote speaker today. And we have been developing the AI competency framework for teachers and students since 3 years. It's not something we did it in 1 year. Over 3 years, we discussed with all the member states and hundreds of experts, and we published this 2 AI competency framework in September this year, 2 months ago. And at the same time, we will move to the next step. We will move to the AI in higher education. We will develop AI competency framework for higher education professors and also students. We're also planning the activity on AI for learning assessment. This afternoon, I will have an online discussion with the the World Council for Higher Education accreditation, not only AI in assessment, but the use of AI in quality assurance and accreditation. So it's very critical. We will become the top, very, very hot topic, but the most difficult topic. Whether we should use AI in accreditation, how? And we are also planning a flagship publication on AI and the future of learning. Hopefully, we can deliver within 2 years. That's our achievement. UNESCO started to have a statistic about the top 50 publications in terms of the consultation and the download. In over last 2 years, in September, almost last month, we had 4 in top 10 of the publication. Around all the publications, we have tens of thousands of publications from all the different sectors: education, science, culture, communication. We have 4 ranked top 10. We had 8 ranked top 50. And over the last, you can see the AI companies framework for teachers ranked number 1, AI companies framework for students ranked number 2, and the generative AI, guidance for generative AI education ranked number 5, and the Spanish version of this guidance ranked number 9. And this publication had been ranked number 1 for 1 year. Now it's pushed by our own publication. I don't want to talk about the others. So first of all, the policy. We have been talking about so many topics, challenges, opportunities. I think we need to frame them for our policymakers, for our teachers. So we frame them in our guidance. I draw some points from our guidance. We call it AI and education guidance for policymakers. I frame this slide. First, we need to think where we are going. I think we need to think, and not only think and talking about, we should define what do we mean by the digital humanism. And for this purpose, all the country, no exception, should cover these 4 policy elements. First of all, to regulate the ethics of AI, to validate the AI tools for education before introduce them to classroom. And we also have a global survey and a statistic. So far, after UNESCO released the recommendations on the ethics of AI, only 20 countries now have developed the regulations on ethics of AI, only 20 countries. We need to build the regulations, and we need to build the validation mechanism for AI tools education. Almost no country has done that. Second, to promote not only the use, but the design of the inclusive AI tools for education, because no company will be interested in that, because the investor return cycle of the inclusive AI tools is very, very long and is very, very expensive. The commercial company are not interested in that. Give you one example. We are talking about, too many people are talking about the use of AI for language, for translation. For example, we can use AI to translate my language into the sign language. But how many dialects, accents in your Arabic language? Any kind of accent, dialect, you need to have an application, you need to have the data, you need to train the AI model. It's not an easy job. No company is interested. We have the statistic, how many governments have developed these tools, these kind of tools, and promoted them. Only 5 countries, 1 of them from this region, Oman. And we need to promote that. The UK has been doing a very good job. For building the AI competence framework, all the prime ministers are talking about it. Very important, we need to do it. I trusted them, and then we did a survey. And only 15 countries have developed the K-12 AI curriculum. Very, very likely, and you should be proud, 4 of them are from this region. Globally, only 15 have developed AI curriculum for K-12 students. 4 of them are from this region: Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait. And then every people were talking about very important to train teachers. I also did a survey. How many countries have developed the AI competence framework for teachers? If you don't have a framework, okay. If you have a national AI training program for teachers, it's also okay. We did a survey. Only 7 countries did it. 1 country from here, from this region, Qatar. Recently, I know that Oman has taken some action. Oman has developed AI curriculum both for teachers and students. But we should have a sense of urgency, not only to talk, we need to develop the framework, we need to develop the curriculum, we need to develop the training program very rigorously, not only talk about this and that, too many framework. So I think it's very urgent. The last point is that we need to use AI for student-centered pedagogy, not to put the machine at center, to put the student at center. So we need to have a framework to analyze what do we mean by the use of AI in education? What's the methodology you're using it to examine the use of AI in education? I use a human-machine interaction model. Before I call it a human-machine collaboration model, some experts remind me that we may not call it a human-machine collaboration at this moment because AI is not so smart, it's not so intelligent yet. So let's call it a human-AI interaction. So which means we need to unpack what do we mean by human. I unpack them by our behavior, by our practice, our individual behavior, our interpersonal communication practice, including our social practice, but also every of us is living in the sovereign states. We have the government, we have a governance, the public government, we need to consider this. And everybody needs to consider our relationship between human and the environment, which is the climate awareness and climate action. We need to develop them. And then we unpack the most critical technology steps. Where is the data from? Who can access the data? What kind of algorithm architecture we are using to producing what kind of outputs or prediction, and what kind of devices we are using. If you use this model, you can unpack ChatGPT very easily. Where's the data from? The data is from 2012. 10 years ago, they started to clone the data. You can see the source of the data. They're not from nowhere. They're from Earth. The data we generated when we use web pages, when we use Wikipedia, when we use social media, we produce the data. OpenAI use our data to train the model. Look at the language distribution. No Arabic here, almost zero Arabic. Most of the language, English, and the language of the country, most of the NATO country. You look at that. Even Chinese only contribute very, very minor, which means the model is not reflecting your language, is not reflecting your values, because the language is a carrier of our values. And then we need to look at the method. Whether the method is explainable, it's not explainable. The model does not understand the syntax of language, does not understand real word. And let's look at the pedagogy. Many people are thinking that, oh, AI is transforming pedagogy, is making possible personalized learning. It's wrong. It's wrong. We need to look at the AI assisted learning environment, whether it's transparent, whether it's explainable, and whether it's appropriate for our purpose, and whether it's doing no harm or not. And we need to ensure that it's human control and human accountable. Most importantly, we need to talk about what kind of AI you are talking about. We are talking about AI, we are talking about different AI. And AI is moving, it's a moving target. It's not a fixed target, we can short. We target this, AI already moved. So we need to be very careful about, very clear about what kind of AI we are talking about. And then we analyze what are the most fundamental needs in pedagogy for teachers, for students. The needs are not changing so much. Even we are changing technology, our needs are not changing. For example, our personalized learning, the teacher-student relation, the monitoring of the learning process, assessment of learning outcome, and the management of learning are not so much changing. If you analyze the pedagogy, I call it artificial unintelligent pedagogy, because the personalized learning so far is only a profiling of the knowledge. They're providing the knowledge for the physics, this chapter. There's 100 knowledge points. They tag them, and if the student memorize, go ahead, not memorize more material for memorization. It's the reinforce of memorization of factual knowledge. It's the pedagogy we have criticized for 2-3 decades, and now suddenly it's become a modern transforming pedagogy. It's wrong. We need to analyze what kind of pedagogy is really embedded in AI. And if we want to replace teacher, is wrong. We need to think how AI can help teacher, facilitate teacher. And for the content, it's the same. What AI is doing for content, what AI is doing for the skill learning, and especially for the assessment. We need to analyze them. We cannot simply see that it's transforming education and pedagogy. And we should never forget cost. Yesterday, Leonardo and many speakers were talking about the cost, the financing. AI is not free. AI is very expensive. Korean, last year, President, Prime Minister, Minister decided to use ChatGPT in the digital textbook. And now they are facing huge challenge because if you use ChatGPT AI in the digital textbook, the cost of the digital textbook is 10 times of the previous version. And the AI companies,
Professor?
I need to wrap it up.
You have to.
And first of all, for the AI companies framework for students, we summarize that we need to prepare reasonable and creative AI citizens. I use this Plato's allegory to reveal what AI means for us. We have algorithm like the fire, project the data, and produce outputs. We are the users. We are enslaved in the cave. Very happy with the sleep. Oh my, very fantastic. Oh, good. 1 hour, 2 hours. That's right. It's learning? No, it's not learning. We forget the real world. Plato calls us free ourselves from the cave, go back to the real world, learn from the real world. But the problem is that the real world is polluted by AI. So my question is that what competency can free us? And as I said, the real world is polluted. The real world is not something waiting for us Sunday, and we can learn from them. The real world is a world to build. It's a world to reimagine of. So we need to ask what sort of human society do we want to build, and what sort of human competency can help us to build the desirable AI society. So we come up with the AI society citizenship. It's the word we coined from this AI companies framework. We think that every student should become critical AI citizens, not the AI addicts. All the students should help to become responsible use of AI, not the deepfake distributor. And if possible, the students should become co-creator for AI, not only consumer. And if possible, they should lead the design of the next generation for AI. And with this, we come up with this framework. We ask a lot of fundamental questions. And this is our answer sheet. We hope that this answer sheet will inspire more innovative answership from your country. So we have, for the teacher, student, we have human-centered mindset, ethics of AI, AI techniques, and AI system design. We define them by 3 levels: understand, apply, create. For each of them, we ask questions, and we come up with some keyword to summarize the competency blocks. We summarize all the keywords: the human agency, human accountability, human society citizenship. It's the first time we come up with. And for the ethics, it's not only to talk about too many ethics, we summarize 6 fundamental ethical principles. We hope that the student will internalize them, become their embodied ethicals, and safe and responsible use of AI. Students need to understand what do we mean by ethics by design. And we try to teach students transferable foundation AI skills and knowledge, not only the operational skill of systems, platforms. And then we want to help students to have insight, to have the problem scoping. It's the first AI company that we challenge students to think what question, what problem we should not use AI first. You need to think what are the problems around which we should not use AI, and then you scope the problem that should use AI, and then learn architecture design and feedback and iteration. With this, we define different levels. For the first level, many people are talking about AI literacy. Only the first level is AI literacy. For the second level, we hope that all the students, when they graduate from secondary school, should reach this level. And the third one is for students who have strong talent and also strong interest in AI. And we also, this is very, very important. I will speed up. And the framework is a dream. If you talk about dream, but without thinking of how to achieve the dream, this dream will always be a dream. The specification is a lander we try to build We call it, or you can call it scaffolding, to help teachers to gradually support their students to achieve the competency. We have, it's a weave of a grid. We weave I can't calculate them, 130, 40, this kind of theories. We define all the key terms, not only talk about them. What do we mean by human lead? What do we mean by human control? We define them. And under them, we think that this is a living document. We also have a recommendation for the countries to consider how you can integrate AI competency in your national AI strategy, and how you can build the interdisciplinary core curriculum, but also a cluster AI curriculum, and what's the relation between AI curriculum and the traditional curricula, and how you can build the pedagogy, how you can build the spiral learning sequence for students, how you can build the different hardware, software resources, kind of learning environment, including the unplugged solution, but also the open source options. And then how to build, I call it criterion reference assessment. It's a huge challenge, next step. All the countries need to build an assessment system. For the teachers framework, I will quickly use 1 minute to go through. We think that for teachers, we should promote right-based autonomous use of AI in education. That's the very important things. We are talking about so many different theories, thinkings, assumptions around AI in pedagogy. I will use only this picture or diagram to describe what do we mean. Really the most fundamental implication for AI is this. Because before, in the relations, in the pedagogy, we have teacher-students. Because teacher-student are the only two subjects that have agent. Content does not have agent. Now AI the core nature is to imitate human thinking and human practice. It becomes human-like actors in our pedagogy. So the bilateral relation become a triangular relation. It has a huge implication. First of all, it threats teachers' profession.
Professor, thank
we
you
need
so
to
much,
protect the
Professor.
teachers' right. Second, it's threaten teachers' agency. We need to protect teachers' agency. And I want to summarize. We also have the framework, but most importantly, all the principles, we try to summarize them into a new social contract for the AI, human-AI interaction. We're talking about too many principles. We try to summarize these principles based on a new social contract for AI, human-AI interaction. And then we build this framework. For teachers, it's different from students. Students is prepare them for the future, for the tomorrow. But for teachers, we need to prepare them for today, for today's job. So we have 5 aspects. We have the AI pedagogy, but also AI for professional development. We also have 3 levels, and acquisition, deepening, and creation. And we target different kind of teachers, and we also have the specification to define how we should train them, how you can define the training curriculum for teachers, what's the methodology you can use, what kind of environment you can use. Most importantly, if the teachers, what kind of behavior you want them to practice in their different contexts, not only in UAE or COVID, but also in South Sudan, in Africa, what kind of behavior they can perform. And then we also have the implementation strategy. I want to conclude that, for example, how we can develop different MOOCs and the training programs. We have example. Also develop the assessment. I conclude. So we organized the seminar already for Arabic virtually webinar. We are planning with the Doha office another face-to-face seminar on AI competency for Gulf states, hopefully next year. And so I would like to conclude here. You can take note of my email if you have question or challenge. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for using too much time.
Thank you. نعتذر منكم ولكن الوقت فعلا مصدر تحدي لنا. يلقي المحاضرة الثانية الدكتور جوزيف ساوث. موضوع المحاضرة هو مبادئ التعلم التحويلي، ربط التكنولوجيا وأساليب
pedagogy in modern classroom. He is the chief innovation.
Us to combine this conversation in education. We never talk about work, separately from technology. We don't talk about entertainment separately. Our social lives, our civic lives, they're all entwined. And we need to bring the conversation of pedagogy and technology into a single conversation. We reach 2 million educators across 194 countries. We provide certifications in the crossover between pedagogy and technology so that we can understand when educators have the competencies that they need to use both of these skills together. Today, I'm going to be focusing on 3 major challenges. The challenge of post-pandemic learning, what new vision should emerge from what we've been through, the rise of generative AI, how do we confront this fundamental restructuring of our work and our learning, and the passive consumption of automated content that is the constant stream of information coming at our youth. In order to address these fundamental issues, ISTE and ASCD recently released the Transformational Learning Principles. This is an attempt to combine research-based pedagogy with technology integration, and very importantly, to bring back the joy into learning that we feel like was lost during the pandemic. This consists of 8 principles, and today I'm going to focus particularly on how technology and pedagogy need to merge to implement these principles. One of the most fundamental and universal mistakes that we make with new technology is we use old pedagogy with the new technology. Old pedagogy teaches us that the instructor pours the information into the student's mind. They are a passive receptacle. And if we just take new technology and try to pour the information into the student's mind, we have not changed the teaching and learning equation. We need to build new pedagogies to match our new technology and not the opposite. When we use old pedagogy, we create passive learning, which leads to disengagement. I've actually been to schools where there were children who were asleep in front of a computer with their headphones on. This is not changing education. This is making it worse. And we won't solve our disengagement crisis without these changes. Neuroscience teaches us that direct instruction overwhelms the working memory of a learner. They actually can't learn after a certain amount of time of direct instruction. What we know, and what this graph shows on the left, or on the right to you, is that our brains actually connect across the entire brain. So this is an actual scan of a human brain. We know that it's the connections that let people learn. So we need a new pedagogy that reinforces the connections between the content, the environment, the peers, and the educators. So is technology the enemy of human connection? Does technology nurture or does it divide us? I won't spend a lot of time on this because every other speaker, I think, has talked about these issues. But we know that we cannot learn if a student doesn't feel safe and if they don't have a sense of belonging. To address this, we need to cultivate that belonging. But that requires an environment that's free of fear and punishment. An environment of fear and punishment is not safe. An environment of online bullying and endless comparisons to others is not a safe environment. And so we need to create a nurturing environment. And sometimes we think that humans always nurture and that technology never nurtures. I was in Japan, and there was a teacher who was using technology, using AI to give feedback on primary children's drawings. So the child would draw it, they would scan it, and the AI would give them feedback. What they found is that the feedback from the AI was more nurturing than the feedback from the student's own parents. The parents were like, oh, that doesn't really look like a dog, or you left out this important part of the car. The AI said, I see that you're trying to express how happy you are, and how much you love your dog. And they actually found that the students were more willing to be creative when the AI gave them feedback than when the humans gave them feedback. Now, I'm not saying that I want to live in a world where AI does the nurturing, but I am saying that, I'm too close to the mic. I am saying that we need to create our technology to nurture, and we can't just assume that the humans are doing it better. So one of the big questions that comes up is whether we should take technology out of school. And in the US, this is a big issue. Should we ban cell phones in schools? We don't want the distractions of technology, but we also need to be very careful that we remember that the cell phone will be with the student the minute they leave school. And so if we don't teach them how to manage that technology in school, where will they learn? We have to raise a generation of digital citizens. We need to help them make responsible decisions for using the technology. Banning the technology is not the solution. Banning artificial intelligence is not the solution. We need to learn to help them manage it. So to give you an example of using technology for nurturing, I recently visited a school where the young students had a peer from an older grade who would come and help the younger students create videos and podcasts. And so not only were they using technology to create, but they were creating a new connection with the peer. So here you can see that relationships were at the center of the technology use and that it wasn't used to isolate the student. So with the rise of generative AI, we have, of course, the challenges that once again have already been discussed quite extensively. My concern is that we know how to use writing to teach students to think. But if the way we teach writing is obsolete because of AI, how will we teach students to think? The answer is not to remove the AI. The answer is to think, how can we teach thinking with AI? Before there was writing, we managed to teach people to think in an oral tradition. It is possible to teach people the skills, the metacognitive skills that they need in new ways. We can't just take the technology out of the equation. So, as has been discussed again at this conference, that the human skills will become even more important in an age of technology. But the most important skills, I believe, will be the crossover skills. These are the skills that include both the human and the technology. So let me give you an example. If you think about school today as teachers teaching students to use individual instruments. So maybe math class is like teaching a student to play the violin, and science class is like teaching a student to play the flute. We're very, very good at helping students to learn to play the flute and to learn to play the violin. But with AI comes new power for the student. They are now have the power to direct learning agents. It's no longer individual instruments that they need to learn. They need to learn how to conduct the orchestra. As the conductor of the orchestra, they will have new responsibilities. They will have a greater moral responsibility, more opportunity for impact, more risk, though, of losing themselves and losing their way. A new competency that we have to create for students is the competency of directing the AI agents in ways that are moral, and in ways that are ethical, and in ways that empower them. This requires us engaging learning in new ways and transforming our schools. Once again, this has been discussed extensively in the conference, so I won't spend too much time on it, but I think a fundamental shift we need to make in the way we use technology is right now, technology is focused on abstract knowledge acquisition. We're helping students learn abstract ideas. We need to shift that technology and help them to learn to become experts, applied experts. And to give you an example, we ran an international competition last year called the AI Innovation Challenge. And students from all over the world had the opportunity to create a solution to a problem using artificial intelligence. So we switched them from being consumers of AI to being creators of AI. And one of the entrants that won was called DyslexiaScan, where these students from India created an app to help students with dyslexia learn better. And a couple of the functions were they would take a text that was in a font that was difficult for dyslexic students to read and use AI to transfer it into a font that was more friendly to the dyslexic student. Or they would use it to summarize content in an audio file to make it more accessible. And these are secondary students. So this is how we should be thinking about bringing AI into our schools. How do we make the students the creators of the AI and not just the consumers of the AI? Third, we need to look at empowering. Empowering comes when we connect the students to the problems and the issues of their community. When we connect the students to their own purpose and to the relevance of the problems around them. So what does connected learning look like? We have to once again move from a simple abstraction to more applied settings, more connected settings. So we may move from math to computational thinking to computational modeling, which is a much more applied version of mathematics. Digital literacy to multimodal literacy to global communication, which engages the people and the values and the conflicts that are among us. And of course, moving from digital consumers to digital creators.
Pardon me, Dr. South, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. When we do this, we empower the students in their own agency, which is the very skills they'll need to navigate this world. In the end, we have to prepare students to be flexible, to deal with ambiguities, to create real problems to real solutions. And why are we waiting until they leave school to give them these opportunities? There's no reason they can't be solving real problems right now. There's no reason they can't be in the community addressing real issues now. To give you an example of this, there's students in Paraguay. Among their students, one of their students is visually impaired. And they found out that he was not coming to school. And the reason he wasn't coming to school is he had no one to guide him through his village to the school, and there was no clear pathway. So they got together and they created a smart cane for this student where they reused car parts. The beep, 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 when you're trying to park a car, they used it to create a smart cane where he could hear the echoes and could navigate his way to school. And because they know that he loves football, it also gave him the football scores while he navigated to school. This is an example where students were empowered to solve a real problem for someone that they cared about, to make a difference in their community. Their learning was incredible. This is my final slide. It is for us to determine whether we will use new pedagogies or old pedagogies with our new technologies. If we use new pedagogies with our new technologies, we can ensure that they align to our values, to what we know about learning science, and we can aspire to equip the next generation to be leaders in the digital world, who, when they leave our schools, have already experienced digital creation, have already used AI tools to solve real problems, who already are prepared to lead. Thank you.
شكرا لكم دكتور ساوث. موضوعنا الثالث.
Thank you very much, Dr. South. We will now move on to our third topic. I'll give the floor to Dr. David Centenary Cannon.
البرامج التعليمية في جامعة محمد بن زايد للذكاء الاصطناعي، وهو أكاديمي حائز على العديد من الجوائز سابقا في هونغ كونغ وكوريا الجنوبية.
Dr. David Centenary Cannon is the head of educational program development in Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. He is based in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. I will now give him the floor. Welcome, Dr. David.
Today, my presentation will be very short. I'm among the ones that do very
طبعاً
short
الغاية.
presentations. This is the topic of my presentation today. It's about generative AI and the future of education in the Gulf region. You can see my email. It's a little bit different, yes. We come from Mohammed bin Zayed University of Artificial Intelligence. Our slides are a bit different. This is the research I do. Everything that we do at the university is backed by research. So when we say that AI agents are working for students or for faculty, we actually test them. We designed some of them. We created one of the best Arabic AI agent called Jace. You can check it online. We do research on everything, on chatbots. So you can see some of the stuff that we have done. This is some of my research here. We compare in different disciplines, and this is important to see that if, for example, I am studying economics in the US, or I'm studying statistics and data science, or I'm studying whatever in entrepreneurship, I test the chatbots to see if they answer the questions that we want to ask them. And this could be interesting for you as faculty members, or can be interesting for students, because we always say students, they need to use it, great, but how? It's always the same question, how do they use it, and do they work? And what sort of answers do they get? Because we know that students or faculty use it, you know, from the comfort of their home, in the metro, in the car, or whatever. Actually, as a matter of fact, how many of you are using generative AI in the classroom? Ooh, scary, only 2. There was just actually a report from EdTech, EdWeek, yesterday or 2 days ago. They said that only 40 or 47% of faculty in the US, you know, have been trained. How many of you have been trained to use generative AI in the classroom? So you see, immediately we can debunk the fact that many people say, oh, I am a digital native or an AI native. There's no digital native, there's no AI native. There's a lot of research on that. So somebody mentioned that this morning. I'm a little bit reluctant to use that. So careful with this. As a matter of fact, you see one of the articles here, I said enough of the blah, blah. There's a lot of blah, blah on this planet. You go on LinkedIn, you go on social media, many people talk about it, but they don't know how to use it yet. So look at this. About half of the teachers, students, and parents are using AI chatbots at least once a week for school or work. So that's important. People are using it. I do a lot of teacher training in Hong Kong Baptist U or City University of Hong Kong, not Hong Kong U. And when I go there, a lot of people are talking about one thing, ChatGPT, ChatGPT, ChatGPT. Great, but you have thousands of different things that you can use, okay? And when the first time I went there, that was a year and a half ago, they were saying like, oh, we give 20 tokens to students. I say, why 20 tokens? It means they can use it 20 times a month. Why not 21? Why not 300? Why not 550? Other universities were giving 100 tokens. So who decided on this? Some universities were banning it, and in some countries, ChatGPT and same models are banned from using. Why? Aren't teachers using it? Why are you banning it from students? So we need to think about different things like this. Here, universities should provide training for the students on the effective use of AI tools. Are you providing training to your students on the effective use of AI tools? Who's providing here in the universities training for students? A few, okay. I expect my university to offer more courses on AI literacy. You see, this is from students. Yesterday we had a round table and people say, we are not asking the students. You know, the students as partners. You need to ask the students, what do they want? Do they use it? How do they use it? And that's very important too. So integrating generative AI, and we discussed that for the last 2-3 days now, they have opportunities and you have challenges, and that they're obvious. What I think is the generative AI will augment your teaching and will also augment learning. And this is based on the research we are doing and based on the research many people are doing. It will augment the way you teach. Okay? We did also research on ChatGPT and similar models in hospitals. The doctors, they spend a lot of time answering emails, answering queries. They are not doing what they should be doing, which is being a doctor. Faculty members, as I mentioned yesterday, have a lot of administrative tasks to do. Now, you become a dean, then you have to do committees, then you have to write the reports, then you have to do quality assurance, then you have to do God knows what. So we are very busy. How much do we spend preparing the class, facilitating learning in the class, facilitating problem-based learning, group work, whatever? It's a lot of things that we need to do as faculty members. And how can it enhance learning experience? Well, you can use tools in the classroom to change the way you teach, to change the way students learn. I don't want to use the word revolution. There's not a revolution. There's an evolution. So we are using technology, as in the past, to make the things we do a little bit better. Okay? You're using technology on a daily basis to go from one place to another. Okay? For example, on Google Maps. So you can use technology in the classroom too. Look at educators and students. How many percentage who are keen on further AI integration in the classroom, and people who believe that the AI can revolutionize. So there's also a lot of people. There's a lot of enthusiasm. The problem is always the same. How do we do it? What do we do with this? You have a lot of models. All the training I do around the world is the same question. I don't know what to use. I don't know how to use it. I don't know what I can do with it. Who's going to teach me that? And it's a lot, of course, a lot of uncertainty for people. So imagine a world, very simple, where you could have a personal tutor, personal agent, tailored to your unique learning. An AI agent, a little buddy on your phone that can help you learn better. So where is this world? It's now. So we have to live with our times. Somebody said this morning, the AI is here and is going to stay, that's for sure. So what are we doing? Other people said, oh, we need to wait and wait for transparency, for the ethics, for everything else to happen before I can use it. Well, the train is gone, I'm sorry. Okay, once you wait for months, everybody else is using it, maybe nicely, maybe wrongly, and you are still waiting because you don't have the policy. So maybe you should experiment a little bit. So AI tools. What sort of AI tools? Do you know this one? Who has used this one? Anybody in the room? One person. Two persons used it. Great. So this is great if you want to use it. What can you do with it? You just upload a PDF, very simple. And then immediately you have all sorts of reports, a summary of the PDF that you've just done. So imagine you have your course that you can upload there. This is a free tool for the time being, because all the tools become monetized. You upload your course, you upload your report, the UNESCO report that we can summarize in a few minutes. You have a summary of the thing, and you can do a lot of stuff with it. What can you do? Well, you can have FAQs for your course. So this, for you, helps you to prepare your presentation, helps you students to understand your course better. You can also have all sorts of summaries and the key topics. So now if you need the themes for your presentation, for your research, for the class, for your PowerPoint, on the right-hand side, key topics, as you can see there, human potential, whatever, and you have a notebook guy here. And then you also have suggested questions. All this is free. So you upload a PDF that you already have in your courses, and you can get all sorts of information on this for yourself, for your students. And you also have the sound. So if you click on this, I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if there's any sound there, because I didn't request for the sound. You will have two AI agents, a man and a lady, talking about your PDF. Okay? It's created automatically. So that's great. Somebody can listen to your course, somebody can listen to your research, somebody can discuss your research, and it's done freely. Do you know Storm? Anybody use Storm from Stanford? How many of you have used Storm from Stanford University? One? Okay. So what is that? So let's say you want to create a new article. I want to create design innovations for more sustainable future. We talked about sustainability many times during this conference. And I want a research paper to be presented in class. When I write that, this is what I get in exactly 1 second. So now you can say, what do I do with this? Well, it saves me a lot of time if I have to prepare a presentation tomorrow for my class for Monday morning. I'm not saying that the student is going to write a research paper on that. If you publish that, first of all, you will never be able to publish it because the journals, they have plagiarism detection, and it's not in the format for a paper, as you all know, so I cannot use it. But here I have a kind of a Wikipedia summary of my presentation or whatever I want to do about this. It shows as PDF as well. This has been created in 1 second. What else can I do? I can have a deep dive conversation with it when I go back to Notebook LM, the tool that I just showed you 2 minutes ago. So I can create a PDF for Monday morning, or I can use a PDF. If I don't have a PDF, I can create one based on one topic, one prompt. I have now a new topic of discussion with my students on Monday, and they can also listen to the deep dive conversation that they have with 2 AI agents. So on Monday, I suppose, then you can use the classroom time to facilitate the discussion with your classmates, with your students. It's a little bit more fun than say, why don't you read chapter 1 of book, whatever. They're not going to read it, and you're not going to have that discussion. You can automate a lot of things like this very, very, very quickly. You can write an email in Arabic to anybody on this planet in different dialects. Our colleague mentioned dialects. You can write it in different dialects, and it works. Instead of trying to find a translator. You can summarize research in 5 minutes. You can get 20 summaries of 20 articles using generative AI in 5 minutes, which means that I don't have to do it manually using the old Google Scholar Scopus. I can generate quizzes for my classroom. Many people use quizzes in many disciplines. So instead of creating them myself, I can generate 20 quizzes in exactly 5 minutes using generative AI. As you can see...
Dr. David, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
2 minutes. I go to Doctrina AI. I have a quiz. And then he creates a quiz in English, science, and biology. Boom. 1 second. If I have to do that on a PowerPoint slide with the little squares, I'm here until tonight. I can do it in Chinese. We have a colleague from China there, arts and history. Boom. Perfect. You can do it in Arabic. You can do it in whatever language. Okay? I can do research, student performance, and publications. You see, journalists, you think that journalists are not using generative AI. They are using generative AI for data analysis and making charts and infographics. Now you have the American elections. Don't you think they're using generative AI? You can get insights faster. For example, I upload a data set here very quickly, and boom, I can select to have a radar chart, a scalar chart, a tree map chart in 1 second. As you can see here, I put a paper, a Chinese medicine. You don't understand Chinese medicine. I put a paper here, and then boom, highlight the text, and AI will explain it for me. Bam, all explained. As you can see, I have an explanation in layman language about the article. In which era of history we had that before? I had to go to bang on the door of some Chinese doctor and say, can you explain to me what you just written in that article? Now I don't have to do that. I can just use generative AI. So I can read much more. I can be more creative. I can spend more time thinking and writing instead of trying to understand some of the articles that are very complicated. I can be culturally sensitive, and I finish in 2 minutes. They speak, of course, you have no sound. One will speak in Spanish, and the other one will speak in Arabic or in Chinese, if you like. Okay, there's no sound, but if I send you the PowerPoint, you will see they speak in different languages. Of course, you have challenges that we spoke about. I'm not going to enter into all the challenges, the academic dishonesty, etc., etc. We talked about the policies. We talked about bias, but if you go about bias, this is what you get if you put this prompt. Toys in Iraq, this is what you get. So thank you. Some of the models have been trained very, very nicely. This is what you get. It's a bit shocking. And of course, to conclude, because we had 1 minute, we need to think about the continued professional development for educators and students. This is very, very important. And when I say about that, I'm not talking about blah, blah. I'm talking about really discussing the tools that are for your context. So when I go to Hong Kong, they want specific tools. When people talk about research, they want specific tools. If I go to Spain, they want different tools for their discipline, which is arts. The other one is journalism. The other one is business, completely different. Nothing is off the shelves. It has to be personalized. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. David. شكرا لكم. ينضم إلينا الأستاذ الدكتور فايز الظفيري، أستاذ تكنولوجيا التعليم بجامعة الكويت. مرحبا بكم دكتور. يلقي المحاضرة الرابعة وبعنوان التحول الرقمي التعليمي.
And measurement, and he is talking about the economic value of improving the quality of education. And he has a PhD
من جامعة شمال تكساس
from
بالولايات
North Texas University, USA, and a master's degree in education from Ohio University, USA, and a bachelor's degree in education from Kuwait University. He had a number of leadership positions in Kuwait University, acting, and the director of the university and the dean of the College of Education, and he was an educational attaché in the Embassy of Kuwait, and he had several positions before in the College of Education, the assistant dean for the research and higher studies, and also for consulting and training, and also the head of the Center of Practical Education of Curricula and Teaching Methods. He was also he was awarded a number of scientific awards from KFAS, and he is also the member of editing board of a number of magazines, and he published a number of researches regionally and internationally. Thank you. They told me technology is very good when it works. Always technologists and the educationists or the educators, they will be prepared already in case of any disruption or technical problems. It will be easy to go back to the traditional methods or ways which is necessary sometimes to continue. And this is part of the concept of digital transformation. And I hope my presentation to be on the screen. So this is part of the digital transformation. How many minutes I have? 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Part of the digital transformation education is the mental preparedness or the mindset preparedness. In education, when we talk about digital transformation, we are not talking about technology. We are talking about the mindset. This is the technology. Technology is a mindset, is a paradigm, is the science of thinking. We find organized ways or methods in our minds in order to find new solutions or creative solutions that are easy for the learners to achieve the learning objectives. And this is the aim of technology. So any means that actually would help us achieve our goals without without being distracted in so much in the technology is a digital transformation, and our presentation is about digital transformation in education. So the concept of transformation is actually harnessing the future, and we explored the risk or probably the different parts or aspects with regards to that. So how we found, for example, during the challenges or the early stages of technology advancements, and how and what we needed as solutions for transformation, which was actually during the corona pandemic. We found it was inevitable to transform to the use of technology. So harnessing the future is actually saving the educational landscape, and this is what's required when we have a crisis, when we face a crisis, and when we find a lot of conflicting demands, where to go during the crisis times, and how we can do that. And we had demands for what to do and a solution, and we had a lot of distraction which we were not prepared for. Without having some technological tools or means available, we could not have actually continued teaching during the pandemic. And currently we need actually to find the transformation in order to avoid any problems. This is about what we can. We bind technology and we get the cutting edge technology. But it might be not prepared or probably utilized in the right way, or probably using the stereotype. And I wrote an important article at that time. So people would like actually to follow the same the change or the transformation. Emphasizes that it has to start on the personal level and then it moves to the community. And the transformation there, the digital transformation is actually trying to decipher the stereotyping. And when we have sudden transformation or change, this is actually the crippled transformation. We claim that we are conducting transformation, but using the same previous mentality or mindset. So the same teaching plan, for example, or the same teaching plans, which is actually set at dates and times and specific fixed curricula. This is not actually matching with the digital transformation. So sometimes denying the feasibility of the change and the fear of a change is part, and denying the feasibility of change is another part. So the fear is something psychological. So some people say always in Kuwait, may Allah not change things to us, and this is not acceptable. And but denying the feasibility of a change is that we have sometimes fixed mindset in the education. Sometimes that makes us comfortable with the same way of doing the same structure of our doing our jobs, and it might require not that much actually thinking efforts, material efforts, and sometimes people are afraid of the unknown. So all these aspects actually would prevent us from carrying out the digital transformation, and this is what we want actually to break away from. And why we need to transform digitally, even if we have some features of technology. The concept is the same. Technology from the early stages of it's the same concept. Now we are talking about digital technology. Tomorrow we'll talk about AI transformation. It is the same concept, but adapting to the during the pharaohs, for example, it was all the technology and the tools were at that time used to probably to how to cut the stones and how to use them for building. And then after that, in the agricultural time, new tools and new technologies were devised and introduced for the water drainage and for the irrigation systems and things. So the tools will change throughout history. Now we are talking about digital world. We will talk about probably space world or whatever. So it's the same concept, the same mindset or mentality for that. So when we talk about the educational system and preparing the mindset in order to be well prepared for transforming, continuous transforming or sustainable transforming as part of our life. So everybody would like actually to change or have the desire for change, and the change is always starts from inside to outside. Quoting the Quran is that Allah will not change people unless they decide to change from within, and the same actually echoed in Stephen Covey's book of the Seven Habits of a Great People. So always change starts from within out, and that's why you see the model focusing on the inside, and then after that we move out of that. So when it starts actually from how we can actually become victorious of ourselves within, and then we might brag about the technology available, unless we have our mindset prepared for that, and we are mentally prepared, and starting with the teachers and the parents or the family, which is part and parcel of this transformation, and the students or the learners themselves, because they are tech savvy nowadays. But they are tech savvy in terms of the consumption, but they might not be actually well prepared mentally or from the mindset perspective. And then to get much deeper to collaborative and cooperative environments and moving towards the global competitiveness. So the digital transformation, unless you transform, you will not catch up with the other countries that are competing globally. So this is what we are seeking, and also catching up with the digital world. Now, digitization has entered everything. So all the satellite channels now digital. YouTube is digital. So catching up with the digitization is very important. This is the model of digital transformation in education. Starting with raising the awareness, which is actually trying to building the mindset for accepting, which is actually then the acceptance, accepting the challenges and positively, and then the preparedness, and the last one is the accommodation. Or adaptation to that. The most important factor is awareness in the beginning. So before you start implementing things, start with raising the awareness. This model in the research, when it was published in some global journals, so starting with the awareness of two parts. One of the parts related to the concepts, and one related to the collective mind of the community, or community-wise. How we can use this concept, starting with the awareness, early steps of awareness, to benefit from that. So we have a lot of a high technology acquisition. Every new device or tool we raise in order to acquire it or to possess it. And in one of the researches in 2016 with Mr. Khan, on the issue of acquisition of the new technological devices for the kids at the age group between 3 to 5 in Kuwait, we found out that about the devices, digital devices available to kids between the age of 3 to 5, everything, including toys and digital toys, 3 to 1. So there is a lot of saturation for the consumers in the technology, and also the passion of or the race towards the obtaining or possessing the latest technology devices. This is very important. And then the self autonomy or self agency, starting from within, or probably to have this autonomy of movement. With regards to the collective mindset of the community, it is very important that everybody has to be involved or engaged, and the decisions to be taken at the ministry level, Ministry of Education level. In the United Kingdom, they have a way of thinking, or a paradigm, or an approach of thinking, which is actually making the decision that happens or takes place after discussing the decision several times and several rounds, and the same. In the media, they discuss the same decision in order to have everybody engaged and to have more consensus. And the people who collaborate will not actually lose. So in order to have scattered efforts here and there, and everybody will sing solo, and then everybody, even in the practices in the general public education and higher education, and up till now, we are still actually, because we did not actually pay attention to the community perspective of digital transformation, which is the communal aspect, or the whole community will be engaged. Be it, for example, the academia community, or the the community of practice in the school, or even the public profit organizations, or the neighbors and everybody. So they interact with that in order to have actually collective orchestrated effort for that, because this is important. 3 minutes only. Acceptance has challenges and opportunities to have open mindset, to have flexibility in education, and the most important is actually the teaching plans in schools. If we want actually to have deeper learning and deeper education, it has to have flexible teaching plans, and participatory approaches have to be practiced through the digital transformation, not at the classroom only, at the level of classroom, but at a wider stage. We see today our kids, they are benefiting from the participatory approach, for example, in the PlayStation. Okay, so there is fun work and there is teaming or whatever. So they share this with other people or other peers across the world. The challenges, we know that there is a big responsibility required. Some stereotyped people, we leave education as it is and nobody will be responsible. On the contrary, in the digital transformation, we will have more points to have accountability, and measuring the responsibility and accountability is much deeper. And the change is constant, is continuing, and adaptation ready. And with regards to preparedness or readiness, we are talking about the pedagogy, the philosophy of education. So each change has to start or has to be based on an idea or a concept. Britain started with the idea of democracy, and the USA started on the idea of freedom. So the pedagogy takes into consideration the principles of philosophy in education to adopt that. Is it really the student-centered learning approach or whatever? So the teaching methods have to change, and the institutional, we talk about globality, not a globalization, a globality. The digital transformation, if that does not take you to be global, is not the digital transformation. And at the same time, to be realistic and based on real life scenarios and cases or experiences, and actually to help the learners achieve the goals of education. And orchestration or accommodation. They call it orchestration or accommodation. Is actually like regulating the role of the orchestra players in that. It has to be environment, to be active, engaging environment, at the same time personalized, that takes into consideration the personal and individual needs for teachers and for students, and also community that provides interaction, and also integration. And the last two slides is that the benefits coming from digital transformation, the continuous creativity and accommodation, and also the digital fluency and the collaborative partnerships. We need to be open-minded to the world around it, and we achieve authentic learning. The challenges and considerations, the most important is to address the digital gap. This is a big challenge. Why we are not implementing the digital transformation? Why not applying the digital transformation? Because there is a digital gap. This digital gap is to accessing technology with all its potentials and capacities, and this requires sound infrastructure and digital initiatives from the people, from the government, from the private sector, and also training and supporting the teachers is one of the crucial points, and it is a reiterated topic. It has to be mentioned with regards to continuous professional development and helping the teachers to integrate technological tools and devices in their teaching methods, which is very important, and also protecting the data for the teachers and for the students. and also upgrading the level of responsibility for how to deal or accountability with regards to dealing with the data, because we will have more accurate data about the learning case, the learning, the conditions of the learners, about the educational system in general, so the data will be available timely. This model of digital transformation went through several phases. The prototype phase, it was by a paper similar to white papers, and then after that we have a stage open, and in collaboration with Dr. Asbel Ataibi. And then we measured the impact of the model on a number of students in English language, and we published the results of this research in the presentation. We can talk a bit after that, and you can talk, but this is a scientific paper I wanted to share as an experience. I will be available for any question. We apologize for the panelist speakers and the audience. We will not have actually time for the questions, and because we are short of time, thanks for the panelist speakers for their informative and valuable information. Thank you. Thanks to Dr. Mona Ahmed Al-Janahi, the Assistant Dean of College of Education in UAE University. We will stop for 20 minutes. Now it is it's 11:58 minutes. We will stop for 20 minutes break, and then after that we will have two sessions before concluding or closing this conference. So it's 20-minute break. Thank you.
الزملاء في الخارج طبعا هذه الجلسة ستكون بعنوان الاتفاق على التعليم وتحسين كفاءة أداء النظام.
Improving the efficiency of the educational system.
الجلسة الحديث معك دكتورة، تفضلي.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن
In the name of God.
الله وبركاته. نبدأ.
May the peace and blessings of God be upon you. We'll now start with our second session. We thank you for being here. And we are deeply grateful for the Arab Center and the Arab Bureau for having organized this very distinguished conference. The title for the session that will be held now is, as I have mentioned before, Funding Education and Improving the Efficiency of the Educational System. I would like to welcome the first speaker, Professor Mark Bray, UNESCO Chair Professor in Comparative Education at the University of Hong Kong. Welcome, Professor. The second speaker is Dr. Fadila Kayo, Practice Manager for the Education Practice in the MENA region at the World Bank. Welcome, Doctor. Please join me on stage. The third speaker is Dr. Maciej Jakubowski, Associate Professor, Warsaw University, and Director of the Educational and Research Institute in Poland. Welcome, Doctor. And last but not least, Professor Nayaf Al-Jabri, CEO, Research Center for Assessment, Measurement, and Accreditation, Saudi Arabia. Hi, Doctor. Welcome. Hi, Professor. Welcome on board. As it was previously mentioned, we will talk about funding and funding on education specifically. It's a quite important topic that presents a number of challenges, especially in our area of the world. The challenges are diverse. We can mention among those challenges the economic challenges, the problem of inflation, the post-COVID repercussions, the issues with supply chains, and other important problems. How is this relevant to education? This has a direct impact on transforming education. It's not possible to push forward any advancement without having sufficient funding to do so. GCC countries specifically are quite distinguished in terms of the high level of spending on education, notably in the last couple of years. This has led to achieving good educational outcomes and results overall. However, as it was previously mentioned during yesterday's roundtable, there's a problem with how efficient the spending on education is. So the problem is not with the funding itself, but rather with the lack of efficiency. Therefore, we need to study and determine what are the areas on which we need to better spend. And to highlight the relevant challenges, we also need to determine what are the best way to increase efficiency in spending to achieve the desired results. We'll start first with Professor Mark Bray. I will give him the floor. Professor Mark Bray currently holds the UNESCO Chair position in Comparative Education at the University of Hong Kong. He began his career as a teacher in several universities in Kenya and Nigeria, in Edinburgh, Papua New Guinea, and London. Then he moved to Hong Kong. Later on, he was the director in Paris of UNESCO's International Institute for Educational Planning and he was also a distinguished chair professor at East China Normal University in Shanghai. He also is a past president of the World Council of Comparative Education Societies and the US-based Comparative and International Education Society. His publications on this theme address patterns in all continents. In addition to academic impact, have been cited in documents for UNESCO, the United Nations General Assembly, the Commonwealth Secretariat, and other bodies. Most of his research focused on the development of educational policies, and specifically system of private supplementary tutoring. Doctor, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
And welcome back from the delicious food. I'm something a little different. The topic I'm going to talk about is about private tutoring. Madam Chair, you have talked about the money, where the money comes from, and I'm going to talk a lot about household expenditures alongside government expenditures. We have our conference on transforming education, and I think I'm talking about transforming by default rather than by design. This is something bottom up in which households are making their decisions. I will talk about the Gulf countries, what I have learned on the road, but I'm going to particularly talk here about the history of it and where it's going and what it means for us as educators. It's wonderful to have real teachers here. Let me begin by putting a context. Here is a pair of books, one in Arabic, one in English. They are on the internet, and if you want copies, at the end of my presentation is an email address, and I can direct you to that, or you just look for it on Google. But what, indeed, the Middle East book builds on a whole set of predecessors. So although I'm going to try to focus on our GCC countries, it can be placed in a comparative perspective for those of you who would like to see other parts of the world. So especially what I'm talking about now is fee charging academic tutoring, more mathematics, more science, more English, more Arabic, for cash, and in addition to mainstream schooling. And perhaps, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands, but perhaps you should think, did I go to private tutoring when I was at school? And what about my children? And I see you're shaking a head for yourself, but when it gets to your children, you say yes. There's a generational difference here. If I asked your parents, they would say, no way. But we're seeing more and more of this happening in this region and in the world. In format, some of it is one-to-one, some is in small groups, large classes, and again, the internet. And we've had a lot of AI talk. There is AI in tutoring as well. But the internet has expanded tutoring, and once again, COVID has changed the picture a bit. In the literature, it's often called shadow education. Why? Well, because it mimics the mainstream. As the curriculum changes in the mainstream, so it changes in the shadow. It also exists in the shadow in many countries. The Ministry of Education does not collect such data on it. It's a big problem, the data shortage. Well, the book that I've mentioned looks at 12 Arabic-speaking countries in the region. My job is to focus on the GCC ones, but again, we can learn a lot from comparison, and it's very instructive. Now, here I am making a pilgrimage to Kuwait where, interestingly, I find that it is documented even from the 1960s in Kuwait. Long history, even on regulation in this country. So I have found that especially instructive, and if any of you want to help me to go through the archives, I will be interested to learn about that. But in other countries of the region, it's more recent as a phenomenon. And again, we need to learn from each other. I would like to know more about why it is having a longer history in Kuwait than in Saudi or in Qatar or in Bahrain and so on. And also the regulation in Kuwait goes back to 1961, which impressed me, long before other countries of the region. There are a few numbers. They come from TIMSS. What do you think about those numbers? That's only for mathematics, and it's only grade 8. Grade 10, 11, 12, it would go up. There's still pretty striking numbers on the scale of private tutoring in the region, and we have others that I don't have time to tell you about. But what it does, first we've got to think what's driving it, and the answer is social competition. More tutoring is for already high achievers, but there is also for low achievers, but it's high achievers that are driving this, getting ahead, staying ahead, peer pressure, and also examinations which shape life chances. Supply, what drives supply? Well, market opportunity. Commercial enterprises, there are plenty of them. Some of them are multinationals like Kumon, others are national or local. And teachers. Again, I'm not going to ask the embarrassing question about how many of our teachers in the room are also tutors. Perhaps you're very good tutors. But becoming tutors and earning extra incomes for good reasons, they would say. They would probably say, my salary is too low. Or they may say, I'm a very good tutor and I'm helping children to learn more. But there are dilemmas in this, particularly from the government perspective. And the question, does it even work? Does it raise achievement? Well, often, yes, it does, but it doesn't always. And there are a lot of amateur tutors as well. There are university students, there are part-time people who haven't got anything else to do. So we've got a lot of poor quality tutors as well as good quality tutors. It was great to have the talk yesterday about teacher training and how we get good teachers and how we keep good teachers. But the marketplace is employing a lot of not very good tutors, plus some excellent tutors, some who are even better than the school teachers, and they've got a market because they are very good. What is the impact then on schooling? Madam Chair, you've talked about efficiency, and the tutoring can help schools, it can help the slow learners to keep up, but it also can make life difficult for the teachers because it increases the disparities within the classrooms. Worse still, I hear stories about teachers deliberately neglecting their classes in order to promote their private tutoring. Come to my house at 5 o'clock and I will give the extra parts that I didn't have time to cover. And by the way, I set the test. So there are issues of corruption which arise. Socially, for our countries, it increases the social inequalities. It's obvious that prosperous families have got more they can afford more and better tutoring, and there are urban and rural differences. So again, it's a challenge for the countries that we are concerning. So, looking ahead, what I'm saying here is this is an important topic, and shadow education is not going to go away. It's a topic in which I think that we need to pay more attention. So far in this conference, we have tended to focus on government roles and government schools, but the shadow is there and it's growing. So that book has a title of Confronting the Shadow Education System. I argue that it needs to be confronted. We need, however, much better data on this topic. Among the GCC countries, some are taking it more seriously than others. Those colleagues from UAE can tell me how the ministry has recently reversed its old policy of trying to forbid tutoring and is now allowing tutors to register with the ministry and continue the tutoring. But we need much better data. Those TIMSS data that I have just shown are themselves shaky, and we need data on other grades and the types of students and what they're learning. There are useful studies. The Qatar Education Study does collect data, but nowhere near as much as our data on schooling. And there are issues about regulations. Teachers who provide tutoring. It's remarkable, even within this region, how much diversity there is, and certainly around the world. Some governments prohibit, some permit but regulate, some ignore. I have done work in Dubai for the KHDA, the Knowledge and Human Development Authority. Dubai has many private schools, and it's a rainbow of pictures on what school principals think. Some principals hate tutoring. They say it is bad and it undermines the school. Other principals say this is great. Let them learn from everybody and anybody, and by the way, the school will congratulate itself rather than the tutors when the students do well. There are big issues on tutors and regulations. Enterprises, again, one can regulate and one should regulate the commercial enterprise, but the details of it, I have no time to go into it, but I encourage you to think about what regulations should be there for commercial enterprises. So in conclusion, thank you for letting me focus on a slightly different topic within the overall framework of financing. Yes, a lot of money. We heard yesterday about the financing gap for the SDGs, 97 billion. Actually, the money spent on private tutoring is way more than that. It's something like 138 billion that households are spending on private tutoring. So it's a topic which needs more attention. In UNESCO, we had a very dynamic policy forum on it last week. I'm actually coming from Paris, UNESCO, and we had a great policy forum. And we should look within the Middle East, that's our remit here, but also across countries, and to see what we can learn. And to repeat, if you want any of these materials, there's my email address, and I shall be glad to send them to you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you very much. التزام مبدئي بالوقت. Thank you, Prof. الآن مع محدثتنا الثانية الدكتورة فضيلة كايلو.
And she is the practice manager of the education practice in the MENA region at the World Bank. She's in charge of these 19 countries. She has a PhD in macroeconomy from the from the College of Economics in Marseille, in France, and she has the master's in Sorbonne. She has an experience more than 20 years in leading the development projects in human development, and she has cumulative experience. Before joining the World Bank, she was a member in the Task Force team for Monetary Education for Everybody initiative by UNESCO, and she co-authored 5 copies of the report. And she published a number of works and books about education reform and governance, and reports on the inequality, gender inequality in education, on the economic long-term growth. The floor is yours.
15 minutes.
Okay. I've got my clock here. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be interacting with you. So today I will be talking about smarter and stronger spending for learning. So as mentioned by the chair, I'm the regional manager for the World Bank, looking at the MENA region. The World Bank is known for being the largest financer for education reforms in the world. We have a portfolio of about $30 billion investment across the world, but we also are not just a lending bank, but also a knowledge and evidence bank. And so what I wanted to do today with you was to provide a summary of one of the knowledge tool that we have, which we call public expenditure reviews. We work with countries across the MENA region and some countries in the GCC to look at how they spend on their education sectors. So this paper provides a summary of those findings. I think I won't need to spend a lot of time convince you all about the importance of investing in human capital. We see all over the world that really human capital is an important driver of growth, of social progress, of economic development, and inequality reduction. So investing in human capital is really the most profitable investment that a country can make. And I think many speakers have mentioned that already. It's becoming even more important to invest in education and in skills, given all the changes that we are seeing today. It drives innovation. It really is an important driver also of transformation, of green transition, of digital acceleration. Countries need the right education and the right skills to be able to transform their economy and societies. Having said that, what we see all over the world and in the MENA region is that learning poverty remains high as 70% in the region and around 50% in the GCC countries. Learning poverty we define as the percentage of children aged 10 who cannot read and comprehend a simple sentence. So having half of the 10-year-old children not able to understand a simple sentence is really a problem. So much more needs to be done. Having said that, we know all over the region that fiscal spirits they can be tight. Even if here in the GCC countries tend to spend a substantial amount of public resources for education, it's not unlimited. So then the question is really how to spend better to achieve better learning. So let's look into this. And I've got 3 main messages for you today. The first one, we look at how much do MENA countries spend and what do they get for their money. So if you look at the MENA region, and I've highlighted some GCC countries for which we have the data in pink here, you can see that most MENA countries spend above OECD average. In Saudi, in Kuwait, you see level of spending, and we usually look at that as the percentage of the GDP that is allocated to education. You can see that it's fairly high in comparison to OECD countries. Some other countries in the region tend to spend less on education, including Jordan, Qatar, and others. So what do they get for that money? So here we've pictured countries according to their learning poverty and their spending. And you can see that more spending usually leads to more learning, but it's not always the case. You can see that there are a few outliers, including Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain, where spending is quite high, but learning poverty still remains high as well. So in conclusion, you need enough spending to get learning, but spending is not learning. You need to look at other factors that gets you into the efficiency of what you spend. So second thing, it's not just about how much money, but very much about what you spend it on. So there's basically two ways to look at it. The first one is to look at how you allocate money across your level of education. One thing that is interesting here is if you compare the amount of spending of public resources that are allocated to higher education in the MENA region, you compare it with the actual enrollment in higher education, you can see that there is really a bias towards the higher level of education. You see that in the OECD country, on average, 74% of young people are enrolled in tertiary education, and 24% of spending is allocated to this sector. You have the same percentage in the MENA region, about 1/4 of spending allocated to tertiary, but much lower, less than 40% of enrollment. So there is really a disproportionate allocation of spending to higher education. Why is it important? It is important because we know that investing in the early years, which is the pre-primary education and the early grade of basic education, is really the foundation for future learning. And so it is where it is more profitable to invest, and therefore more should be spent on the early years in the region if we want to get more efficiency. Another way to look at the distribution of spending is to look by categories of spending. And this is a discussion that we started yesterday around the share of salaries in public resources for education. And here I want to say something. It is expected that most of the public resources for education is spent on teacher salaries because teachers are very much at the heart of the education process. You cannot have good learning without good teachers. So it is normal and expected and something we see everywhere that most of education spending will be allocated to teachers. Having said that, what we find, and here we don't have a lot of comparable data for the GCC, but we do have data for MENA, is that teacher salaries tend to really crowd out other spending in the region. So it means that other aspects of the education process that are very important are not sufficiently funded, leading to some inefficiency and lower results. But the second thing that it means, and it's very important for the region, is that if you want to increase the efficiency of your spending, it means really investing into getting the best you can from your teachers. So maximizing teachers' impact is critical, and that means investing in training, in building your teaching profession, in developing them, and really providing the right incentives for a teacher to perform. So we summarized it saying that an efficient teaching profession is what brings you the best investment in learning. Now I'm coming to my third message, which the first one, remember, it was that you need sufficient spending, but the level of spending is not the only thing you should look at. Second thing is that it's not just about the level, but very much about what you spend it on. And the third one is that it's not just about how much or what you spend it on, but how the money is channeled through the system. And here it's an important message because what we see in the countries that we're working is that sometimes education sectors work a little bit in isolation from the overall budget framework in which they operate. At the World Bank, we work a lot with ministries of finance, and so we also work jointly with the two ministries, looking at how the budget cycle is really maximized to optimize results. And so what we see often throughout the budget process to incrementally align the resources with their strategy can out of your spending. So data really drives better efficiency, and investing in collecting, analyzing, and using data is something that can bring more value for money. So to summarize, 3 messages for you as you think about how to spend better to get stronger learning. The first one is about how much to spend. So if you're a decision maker, either at the Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Education, it really is important to keep in mind that quality education is a resource-intense process. And in some countries, and in some countries where spending are too low, you can do anything you want, you won't have the learning you want at the end. So having a minimum threshold of spending is important. But then the second question is what to spend it on. So maybe 2 things here. One is to prioritize as much as possible the early years, pre-primary, early grades of primary education. Those are really the foundation for better efficiency. And the second thing is that investing in your teachers, investing in maximizing their performance, their preparation, and their career progression is what's going to give you the best value for money. And the last question is how to channel it through better planning, through better budget execution, and through better monitoring and evaluation will also drive the efficiency of the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. شكرا جزيلا على الوقت تماما. محدثنا الثالث الدكتور ماتشي باكو
Busfiski, I hope I pronounced the name correctly, who is the Associate Professor of Warsaw University and the head of Director of Education Research Institute in Poland, which is a national center. He will talk about improving education efficiency in GCC countries by relying on rigorous evidence. And he is the head of the Polish Ministry of National Education, and he has a sociology degree from Warsaw University, and he focuses on statistical methods on the impact, analysis of the impacts of policies, and also the large scale analysis of that. He was the Undersecretary of the Minister of Education in Poland. He established the Evidence Institute in Poland to promote the evidence-based policies, and he worked in the Global Task Force for PISA exams under the umbrella of OECD, and he provides consultation to international organizations, governments, including the World Bank and OECD, and also the European Community Foundation delegation. شكرا.
We're pleased to be here with you and actually to continue the topics and discussions we had yesterday and today. So today we already talked about the effectiveness of spending, of educational spending, and this will be the main topic of my presentation. So I will talk first about the current situation, so student achievement and spending in GCC countries, very briefly, as we already learned a lot about that today. Then briefly about economic impact, because in the next presentation, Professor Nayef Al-Jabri will talk more in details about that. And I will talk about countries which implemented education reforms, and then I will talk about the next step we all have to make and commit. So we need to focus more on evidence, and we have to focus all on what works in education rather than continue the reforms based on our previous experience or intuition. So this is the start, this is the comparison of all international assessments put together and put on one scale. So we have here PISA, PIRLS, and TIMSS results from a number of years. The results are quite stable, and they provide us a stable picture of where GCC countries are comparing to international benchmark. So if you look at countries like United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and they are much closer to the international level, then followed by Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. Of course, if you look at specific domains, specific studies, there are differences. However, this is a broad picture of where we are. The differences are smaller and smaller. So we saw a lot of improvement in recent years, but still there is more to do to close the gap, and I will talk about this today. So this is also the relationship between GDP per capita, translated into comparable dollars, and human capital index. So this is the index produced by the World Bank, which gives you a broad measure of human capital in the country. And you see there is a strong relationship. So richer countries are countries where we have higher human capital, which was already presented in the previous presentation. However, if you look at GCC countries, they have higher levels of human capital index, but if you would relate that to the GDP per capita, the results should be better. So countries are below the red line, which means below the expected level of human capital index based on the GDP. More specifically, if you look at international assessment data, they give you a good picture of what happens within countries. So we very often look at averages, we very often look at country rankings, and just before we presented average for countries. But it's even more interesting when you look at different groups of students, boys, girls, disadvantaged students, low achieving, high achieving. And here is one example. So if you look at disadvantaged students based on the PISA results, you see the gap to OECD countries is actually much smaller. Moreover, if you look at the 3 countries participating in PISA, so Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, the results are the same. So if you look at the low achieving students, there is no difference. However, if you look at high achieving students or those coming from more affluent, educated families, the gaps are larger to the OECD average, and also you see quite important differences between Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE. This is just one example. You have plenty of data to analyze, and I myself, I wrote several reports using international assessment data, and I think there is a lot of information to take there. Specifically, there are some challenges specific to GCC countries and to some countries. So in all countries, you have large gender gaps favoring girls. So if you look at student achievement, girls are very often outperforming boys, and the gap is not that large at the top of the distribution among the best students, but if you look at low-performing students, the gender gap is really large. So we have a problem with low-achieving boys in GCC countries. We also see unequal results in some countries. So United Arab Emirates is a good example in the country when the differences between students are very large. And another example, counterexample, is Saudi Arabia, when the differences between students are very small, which is a good thing. But on the other hand, we see from the data that this is because of underachievement of top-performing students. So the best students are not achieving as they could in, for example, showing the example of United Arab Emirates. Absenteeism and bullying, these are the issues which we pointed in several reports. Absenteeism and bullying are negatively related to student achievement and are more common in schools for boys, especially those with less affluent background or low-performing schools for boys. So targeting policies to help there would substantially improve achievement. Limited access, low effectiveness of preschool education. We talk a lot about that. We saw huge improvement in the access to preschool education. However, if you look at socioeconomic background of families who send kids to preschool education, these are more affluent families. And the effects for them, and we know that from research, not just in GCC countries, but also in other countries, the effects of them are smaller. I mean, preschool education is extremely important for kids from disadvantaged background. I mean, these kids who don't have a cultural capital from their families or educational capital, they really need preschool, and they less often go to preschool education. Also, some data are questioning effectiveness of preschool education. As we controlling for student background, we don't see that much effect. We see a lot of assessment strategies, for example, applied in schools, and a lot of teaching strategies in schools. If you ask a teacher in, for example, Saudi Arabia, what methods they use everything. And it's not about using everything. It's about focusing on the methods which give you the best effect. So we need more evidence to guide teachers on what are the most effective methods in the classrooms. So economic consequences. If we manage to improve learning outcomes of students, that means improved human capital, that means huge growth in the economy, and the next presentation we cover that in details. Moreover, if we want to move out from the oil sector, if we want, for example, to build services, we need people who are skilled. So this is a major problem, that low-skilled citizens, they cannot get jobs they want. So this is a huge barrier for them individually, but a huge barrier for societies too. Let's talk now about education reform. So here is the same graph with GDP per capita and human capital index, but here we have 3 countries which I wanted to show as examples of successful education reforms. There are not that many countries which managed to improve education. I worked with PISA data for more than 20 years, and believe me, over these 20 years, there are just a couple of examples of countries which substantially improved their learning outcomes. And among them is Poland, Estonia, and Portugal. All these 3 countries, maybe except Estonia, are not spending that much on education. So it's not about the money. And maybe I shouldn't say it's not about the money, but it's about how you target the money, what you do with the money. And that's actually was also the message of the previous presentation. And if you look at Poland, for example, we changed the structure of education, we changed the curricula, we changed the system of professional development for teachers, and so on. These changes do not require substantial amounts. We didn't increase spending as part of GDP on education, but we refunneled that. The same with Portugal. Portugal actually did a reform which was quite different. They started with curriculum aligned with assessments. And they did the whole successful reform during the 2009 crisis. So they cut the spending in the budget by 20%, and at the same time they implemented the reform which was successful, which shows it's not really about that you have to add additional money. Take what you have, but spend it more effectively on what you know will work. So the components in all countries which successfully reform education or are among top performing countries are very similar. Countries not identical, but they share common qualities. One is that they provide opportunities to all students. I briefly talk about Estonia, but Estonia have a very similar system, very similar reform they did as Poland. Almost identical. What's different and why they have slightly better results than Poland is that they care more about low achieving students, students with special needs, students with learning problems. So they support more preschool education, and they have extra small group tutoring in a moment organized for a student when they see their troubles. We need to establish high expectations and follow that with accountability. So we need aligned curriculum and testing. And for GCC countries, I think also the lesson, because I work here for more than 10 years already on assessments, national, international GCC countries, I think the problem is that the curriculum needs to be realistic. So if we see, for example, in assessments that half of the students are not achieving the goals which are set in the curriculum, that means we have to change the curriculum, adapt to what students need to improve their learning. Teacher autonomy and responsibility. They have to go in parallel. So you have to give autonomy to teachers, they have to feel they're independent, they have to also feel responsible for what they do. If you tell teachers you have to teach like that, in this class you have to teach this and next this, They don't feel responsible. They feel managed from above. So all successful countries, which I mentioned, they actually have large room for teacher autonomy, but at the same time, teachers are held accountable. They know it is their responsibility. And the thing we have to all do, and that will be the last thing I will talk about, we have to rely more on evidence-based teaching practices and policies. Let's compare education to medicine. In medicine, we see large improvements. If you look at statistics, we see huge improvements in medicine, how they treat people successfully. But in medicine, it takes 5 to 7 years for a drug or treatment to get to the market. And just small percent of everything they try, and they put billions into that, gets to the market. In education, if you have a great idea, it's intuitive, it's shiny, and nowadays you have a nice application for that, next day you can have it in the classroom. We don't also collect the data like in medicine. We don't do randomized controlled trials. We don't do population studies. We don't follow patients over time to see whether there are different side effects. In education, we don't do that. There are very few cases when you follow students in the system to the labor market to see what is the real effect of education. But it's all possible. It's very inexpensive. We just implemented in Poland a system when we have IDs of students and we get the data from the labor market. We still have to get the data from tax offices, but that's the future. But we know what will happen, what happens to students who participate in particular program after 10, 20 years.
2 minutes.
And we don't pay that much for that. It's just the administrative data we collect. So what we have to do? We have to implement monitoring studies. We already have international assessments. That's great. Let's just see how much we learn from that. In almost every presentation today, I think in every presentation today, we use the data from international assessments. But 20 years ago, we didn't have that. However, you also need national assessments. So international assessments, they are applied every 3 years, and they also have a common questionnaire which satisfies all 50 or 60 or 80 countries participating. You cannot ask questions which are interesting to you. So you need national assessments and monitoring systems. You need to look at evidence about what works. We have plenty of very good research, explosion of good research over the last decade around the world. These examples of randomized controlled trials coming from different countries, you can use them, but you also have to invest in randomized controlled trials and quasi-experimental studies in your country, in your context, because as we know in education, context matters. We also have to focus on providing meta-analysis. So if you want to prove something with education research, you will always find 1 or 2 studies proving your point. But in medicine, no one relies on one study. One study is just one study. You need hundreds of studies showing consistently the same effect. Then you can invest into that. And we have to, at the end, change the practice. So we need knowledge brokers, someone who translates that into practice for teachers. We need to change professional development that it relies on research. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Machi. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. وختامها مسك نختم مع الأستاذ الدكتور نياف.
Floor to our last speaker, Professor Nayaf Al-Jabri. He's the CEO of the Research Center for Assessment, Measurement, and Accreditation at the Education and Training Evaluation Commission. He is an accomplished educational leader, a leader with extensive experience in education policy, leadership, and research, and he will be talking about the economic value of improving the quality of education in the Arab Gulf states. Professor Al-Jabri holds a PhD in education economics from the University of Manchester in the UK. He has built his expertise around the economic evaluation of education and the analysis of policy and practices. He has also worked closely with the OECD and the World Bank, as well as other international universities. He also presided over a large number of commissions and committees in the public sector, and worked as a consultant in several universities in Saudi Arabia. The floor is yours, Professor. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Allow me at the outset to express my deep thanks to Dr. Abdulrahman Al-Asimi and Mr. Muhammad Al-Sheikha, as well as all the other colleagues in the AFSD and OECD, both the Arab Bureau and Arab Center. I'd also like to thank the State of Kuwait for hosting us and to thank the esteemed guests for attending this very important conference. Today, we are talking about the economic value of educational systems in Gulf countries. I hope that this presentation will be useful. We will talk about the links between the economy and the educational sector in GCC countries, and I will try to give you an overview of the results and statistics that we have been able to collect. In this regard, we have tried to determine what is the desired outcome in terms of improving educational systems in GCC countries. What are the indicators that showcase the improvement of the educational system in the GCC? If you take a look at the screen, you will get a clear picture about the demographic situation in the different GCC countries. If we were to go back 10 years in time, we will notice that the number of citizens in GCC countries has largely increased thanks to the prosperity or the era of prosperity that those countries are witnessing and have been witnessing for the last couple of years. Maybe this information is not quite relevant, but the demographic density in each GCC country is actually a good indicator of what I'm talking about. As you will notice, for example, in Oman and Bahrain, we have approximately 15 individuals per kilometer. And then the numbers change or increase as we move towards the right. And this is a general overview as well of the size of GCC, the economy of GCC countries based on the GDP and the average GDP per capita in the region. You will notice that the GDP per capita in the GCC region usually goes beyond $60,000 per year. And we also have a very strong purchasing parity power. Over time, the economic situation in GCC countries has largely improved. And those same countries are heavily spending on the field of education. The speakers who preceded me have all highlighted this very same point. Therefore, the access to education has also largely improved in GCC countries, notably in the end of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st century. You can take a look at the current slide, and we can see a clear comparison in terms of access to education between GCC countries and other countries around the world. In some countries, we have managed to achieve about 99% access to education. This is by far higher than the percentage registered or recorded in other countries around the world, including in Europe and Africa, among other continents. The trend, of course, is fluctuating, and it always will be given the challenges that we face in the region. GCC countries are involved in carrying out research and studies. Usually, there's a collaboration between the different countries, and they are involved in the work carried out by PISA. Kuwait and Bahrain are partners with TIMSS, if I'm not mistaken. Every single time we try to look so we are currently trying to move from one measuring tool to another, notably in Kuwait and Bahrain. And overall, I could say that there is a noticeable improvement in the overall grading system in the GCC countries. On average, the performance of GCC countries in the educational sphere is quite good, even post even after the COVID pandemic, the level of education around the world decreased. However, the GCC countries were not truly impacted as much because we were capable, of developing digital platforms to ensure remote and hybrid forms of education very quickly compared to other countries around the world. In 2019, and according to a study carried out by TIMSS, the report showed that GCC countries, unlike other countries around the world, managed to register an improvement by 20 basis points. And if we were to compare the results between 2019 and 2015, we would say that the average improvement registered in the GCC country is by far higher than that recorded in other areas of the world. Next December, we will have the new TIMSS results, and I think that they will also reflect how much or to what extent the GCC countries have managed to improve. In Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Kuwait, we have noticed an improvement in the mathematical skills of the students. The same applies to the subject of science. And we basically used the COVID pandemic as an opportunity to digitalize our educational system. We do not really know what is the full impact of this digitalization yet. We are still looking into it. And by doing so, we are trying to better focus on the links between education on the one hand and economy on the other. On average, we can see what is the GDP per capita around the world compared to GCC countries, as I have mentioned before. And on average, we have switched from TIMSS to PISA in Kuwait and Oman and Bahrain. We have noticed that the results registered in those countries were below average in terms of educational development. However, the GDP per capita levels were quite high. This basically reflects the point that the professor has mentioned before I did, and which is the following. We are spending a lot of money, or we have the financial capacities to further fund the educational system. However, we need to learn how to spend the money available in a more efficient manner. So I do second what Professor Machi has said and what Dr. Fadila also has spoken about in terms of additionally focusing on teachers and educators and providing them with the necessary resources to carry out their jobs. If we look at the educational path of students based on the PISA system, we will see that the GCC countries are amongst the countries that spend the most or the highest amounts on education. However, as I have mentioned before, the performance of students is quite low according to PISA. And this also showcases that we do not have effective spending methods adopted in the GCC. We have tried to determine what were the indicators that were hindering us from effectively spending on the educational system. We have a shortage in the number of teachers and instructors that are currently available because the revenues or salaries might not be as attractive, although most of the spending actually is dedicated to the payment of salaries. So we tried to calculate the average in this case and to determine what was the average in other countries around the world. As you can see on the screen, the student to instructor ratio is quite low in the GCC compared to other countries around the world, and maybe this could be one of the factors that we need to further work on. As I was debating this topic with several of my colleagues from the GCC region, we all agreed that the matter is not simply related to changing a specific curriculum, but it's also important to provide an attractive package to teachers and instructors for them to continue carrying out their main responsibilities and tasks. We wanted to base ourselves on science to further prove that education promotes or boosts economy overall. So there is a correlation between economy on the one hand, education on the other. If at the same time a good economy will help better the education system. However, the main idea is that economy is actually by far more impacted by a good educational system than the other way round. We are convinced and we have scientifically proven that a good educational system has a positive impact on economy overall. If we look at the current slide, we will notice that over the last 4 decades, as you can see represented by the blue line, the educational revenues did not increase more than 10%. What does that mean? Increasingly investing in education did not lead to better educational outcomes. And although the level of funding was and remains high, the educational performance did not improve. Several experts have already spoken about this, and the results I'm sharing with you show the link between the average performance on tests and exams versus the level of investment in the educational sector in GCC countries. There is definitely a link between the two, a linear link actually. However, it's very clear that the results or the scores on tests and exams did not necessarily improve when the funding improved. So, at this point, we have noticed that the impact of increasing the funding on the educational sector at some point did not have any impact whatsoever on improving the scores and the results registered in tests and quizzes. We tried to look at the coefficient that was highlighted in the report, and then we tried to project or to build projections in GCC countries. How much time do I still have? So we tried to project to see what could potentially happen after 20 years, and specifically in 2041 in GCC countries in terms of improving the educational system. We wanted to see if the students would be more skilled by then, or if they would score better on tests and exams. Turns out that it would be possible if we work on effective funding to improve the overall performance of students and to help them learn the skills that they actually need for the labor market. Therefore, we have assumed that we do not only need to focus on the funding itself, but rather, as I have mentioned before, on the effectiveness of this funding. So different scenarios were possible, and we looked into them, and you can see the results of said scenarios and projections on the screen. If GCC students score better, over a period of 5 to 10 years, GCC countries will be able to generate $100 billion over that same period compared to the year 2020. On the right, we have the numbers pertaining to the average growth, and we also have on the other side of the screen the expected growth if GCC students were to indeed score higher on their tests and exams. That being said, it's possible to actually generate larger revenues if the performance of the GCC students improves over time. You can see on the screen different curves representing different scenarios, and the curves actually reflect the additional profit that could be generated and which could reach more than 100% by the year 2041. Similarly to what I have mentioned before, if students are capable of developing their skills, they will also be able to better integrate in the labor market. What are the recommendations? We need to focus on data, on generating studies and researches, especially in the GCC country. We need to try to benefit as best as we can from the available data and try to conclude specific agreements between GCC countries in order to benefit from each other's expertise and experiences. We also need to improve the human capital in those GCC countries. There are several challenges that we need to overcome. However, at the end of the day, the available resources are fundamental to improve the educational system, but this is not the only challenge, it's not one of the challenges that we are facing in the GCC. Professor Machi also mentioned what I'm about to mention now. It's very important in investing effectively in education instead of increasing the funding without setting clear objectives, because this will have a direct impact on our future revenues. Thank you very much.
Now, I had a number of questions given to me. I would like to raise the questions to the panelist speakers. In one minute and a half, we start with Professor Mark Bray about private tuition. So what do you think the reason for the outspread of this phenomenon in the GCC countries, despite the efforts exerted by the governments for teacher training and for the educational systems? What are your prospects about this phenomenon? First, the question about the reason for the outspread, and then the future or complications.
Worldwide, the main driver on private tutoring is competition, social competition. So it's for families with low achievers who want to keep up, but it's families of high achievers who want to keep ahead. Now, yesterday we spent a lot of time talking about the Pact for the Future and the United Nations Development Goals and all of these big picture frameworks. One of them is called No Child Left Behind, or equivalent. Families, however, want to leave other children behind. We live in a competitive world where we are all racing. We get ranked as families, as countries, etc. So we live in a competitive world where, despite nice phrases about nobody left behind, families actually want not to be left behind if they're the low achievers, but for the high achievers, they want to leave the other ones behind. And as education expands, then the competition increases. As we invest in human capital, etc., and I also want to ask these colleagues how private tutoring expenditures fit into their pictures. It's not just government expenditures. Then there is more access to higher education. But in order to get that access, you have to go to private tutoring. Schooling is not enough. That's the short, but also quite a long answer.
Thank you. دكتورة فضيلة كايو، طرحتي الكثير وتكلمتي عن الاستثمارات الذكية.
The smart investments in education. Is it possible to provide us with examples from some of the countries in smarter investment in education?
For your question. So, and I think just to pick up also on some of what we've heard, there is not enough evidence at country level on what works. Very often countries have to rely on what is known in another country that has worked. And it's very difficult to replicate from one country to another because contexts are different. And it's also one challenge is that we see in many countries is the complexity of going to scale. So they try something at a pilot level, but when they try to scale, then they don't see the same results. But amongst the initiatives or the best practices that we've seen, investing in your teachers, being very careful how you hire, how you select your teachers, how you prepare them, even before they go into the profession, and then accompanying them as they enter into the profession, coaching them, helping them to perform, is a really good investment. And another thing maybe that we've seen in other countries, and sometimes even in countries less developed than what the countries in the GCC. I'm thinking, for example, about Morocco. Morocco has experimented at scale with what we call teaching at the right level, which is an idea that you group, it's a pedagogy that you group children according to their literacy or numeracy level, and then you teach to them to the level that they are at. And they recently came out with an impact evaluation of this method showing tremendous impact on learning. So, and this is a pedagogy that has been implemented all over the world, showing great success. But again, very important to contextualize and not just simply borrow from other countries. And as my colleague was saying, also to invest in your own evaluation and data use. Thank you.
التجربة الشخصية. شكرا جزيلا دكتورة. دكتور ماتشي، تكلمت عن التعليم بالأدلة. هل ممكن تعطينا بعض الأسئلة؟
Could you please give us some of the techniques or methods we can apply the digital transformation of education based on evidence?
One of good examples is
أحد الأمثلة الجيدة حيث
digital platforms for retrieval, space practice, and feedback. So these are three methods which are known and well researched in cognitive science and cognitive psychology and education research. We have plenty on randomized control trials knowing that proper feedback and retrieval practice work, even on the large scale. And however, it's quite an investment, it's not about the money, but it's about the time consumed for that by teachers. So teachers are not that fancy on developing new tools for providing feedback and for retrieval space practice. And here technology can help. So in technology you can, and there are already platforms like that, which are evidence-based, which are driven by research on the topic, and which do the job teachers have to do. So providing testing which is adapted to what you are learning or what was your response before, something teachers cannot do. You can do it online and it's quite easy to use and it's quite effective. We just enter a large-scale randomized control trial with several countries, OECD countries, and Poland will enter also that, to test one of the platforms like this. And I know the effects will be positive because I know other research, but it's also, we do that just to show an example that you can measure the impact of EdTech solutions properly with randomized control trials, learn from that, and convince policymakers also to invest into that.
شكرا دكتور. دكتور
اتخاذ قرار سياسات متنوعة. Naif, based on the researches you talked about and based on the results of PISA, what do you think would be the priorities for investments in education and spending, which GCC countries need to focus on currently in order to promote better transformation in education, which will actually lead to the education transformation goals? Thanks to the question, and based on our recent experience in Saudi Arabia, we started recently in Saudi Arabia evaluating through the tests or exams which actually measure the student attainment in the critical grades, grade 3, 6, 9. And also be evaluating the school performance. And over the last 2 years, we could see the improvement and the impact, the positive impact of the performance of the schools themselves and the policymakers in education. They started to think more seriously of more practical solutions. And I could recommend the GCC countries to invest in the few coming years in evaluation, building the capacity of evaluation that will provide the data as inputs for incentivizing the performance, and will provide us the evidence which will actually give us the indications about the exceptional types of practices and solutions. And the teacher is the most influential factor in that, because teachers actually receive the major part of the allocations on spending for education, and we need to spend more or invest more on teacher preparation and development, and to invest especially in line with the AI, and to invest more in teacher recruitment and the training before service. And then after that, selecting them appropriately. And then it is important to invest in for the financial incentives to be attractive, in order to ensure that we can attract the teachers with higher talents and with higher capacities. Dr. Naif and Dr. Fadila agree that the most investment will be investing in the teacher in terms of selecting, training, recruiting, attracting teachers. I agree with you. Thank you all, the great panelists. Very exceptional information provided, and all what has been presented will be utilized to the best for developing the education. Thanks again to the Arab Bureau for the GCC countries, and thank you, Dr. Muna. Dr. Intisar Khaed Al-Banna, the counselor of the supervision in the Ministry of Education in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Thank you, and thanks greatly to the panelists. Thank you. Now, we call on Dr. Khalaf Al-Abri, the Associate Professor and Head of Department of Education, Foundations and Administration, College of Education, Sultanate Qaboos University, Oman, to present the final communique of the conference. Peace be upon you all, in the name of Allah, the merciful, the beneficial, and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad, his followers and disciples all. First of all, great thanks and appreciation to our colleagues in the educational research headed by Dr. Muhammad Sharija. Great thanks to you for bringing these elite experts in the world. So he deserves this warm applause. Generally speaking, over the days of 5th and 6th of November 2024, the 4th International Educational Conference of the Arab Bureau of Education for the GCC states, under the title Opportunities and the Challenges to Enhance a Better Future in Education for the GCC countries, under the patronage of the Minister of Education in Kuwait, Dr. Tabtabai, and it touched upon the pathway for the education systems in the Gulf region, and to define or identify the policies and the procedures that would move towards much better education, exploring the global trends and the future insights. And the outcomes of the conference focused on 4 pillars: renewing the educational goals and implications, the educational means and methods and techniques, improving the teachers for better leadership in education, and the digital transformation. And one of the more than 500 participants participated in the activities of the conference, between experts, teachers, and decision makers, policy makers, and also panelist speakers, keynote speakers from a number of countries, where the scientific committee of the conference worked on attracting them to join us. And also it represents a number of the researchers and number of experts, including representatives of the ministers of education in the GCC countries, and also a number of the representatives of the regional and international organizations, ICISCO and IBE under UNESCO and OECD, and the ALIXO and the World Bank, and the UNESCO Regional Office of GCC and Yemen, and also UNESCO Quality Education, and the Regional Bureau for regional planning for educational planning, and also Queen Rania Academy for teacher training. And the conference also witnessed participation from a number of university presidents, deans of the colleges of education, researchers, academia, and practitioners. In general, the program included, as you could see over the 2 days, a number of varied activities, including the opening speeches by the high representatives and keynote speeches by international experts and the former ministers of education that shed light on the core topics related to education, in addition to 4 plenary sessions that witnessed presentations of a number of research papers, bringing together a number of elite experts regionally and globally. And yesterday there was a roundtable discussion about the challenges of education transformation and the future prospects for the GCC countries, where the representatives of the ministers of education and representatives of the international, regional, Arabic and international organizations, and a number of the university presidents and the deans of the colleges. And the roundtable led to a number of recommendations which will be published in the final communique of the conference, in addition to the panelist speakers in the conference panel discussions. And there was a workshop, training workshop on the AI application in education, with the participation of more than 50 persons from the colleges of education and the practitioners. And online, in the margin of the conference, there was an exhibition. No voice. Which actually gave the possibility for the participants to have access to these unique experiences. The key messages from the conference, and through what has been discussed in the panel discussions and the activities and the deep discussions about the policies, the prospects of the future for improving the education and the opportunities and challenges of transforming education, there was kind of consensus about the most important points, which will be shared a bit later. That will actually be the foundation for the decision makers and policy makers. Number one is that education is a basic human rights and empowering force or driver for individuals, and this is one of the basic human rights, and this is a common interest for the countries and an important tool for empowerment of individuals and the driving force for social, economic, political, cultural progress, and leads an important role. And the GCC with regards to the second point, the crisis of education, is that the current education systems, not at the GCC levels only, but globally, face a crisis, the lack of ability of catching up with the rapid changes taking place in the world currently, and also the inability to prepare the upcoming generations that will meet the requirements of labor and life in the 21st century, let alone the incapability of facing the challenges of the uncertain, unpredicted future. It is not only in the GCC, but across the world, the same crisis. Third point is the need to collective effort, creative and innovative to combat the education crisis that requires a lot of attention from all the stakeholders, nationally, locally, nationally, regionally, and internationally, and requires joint collective effort from all the stakeholders and all the representatives here in the conference, decision makers, policy makers, participants, experts, organizations, etc. That participated in this conference. Number four, in addition to utilizing all the resources to achieve this in reality. Number 4 is the need for deep transformation in education. This is what the UNESCO called for in its conferences through combating facing the current crisis in education through using it as an empowering force or a driver for peace and sustainable development, and requires transformation in the comprehensive transformation in education through the different perspectives, the goals, the implications, the research methods, and also the open-mindedness on the different aspects. Number 5, developing a social contract for education in light of the rapid changes taking place in the volatile world, and given also the AI applications. And from this perspective, the transformation of education has to be based on the responding to the needs of individuals and communities. And we heard from Dr. Fadila a while ago talking about contextualization and not replicating the practices as they are outside in order to be appropriate to the context, especially in the GCC countries. There is a common culture, traditions and norms that need to be taken into consideration when importing any policies or any practices. Number 7 is enhancing the total growth or comprehensive growth for life skills for all learners. So any approach has to take into consideration the whole child growth and to provide them with the ability to learn across their life, as providing them with the principle of lifelong learning that takes into consideration the respect of diversity, collaboration, and continuation and peace, and also to encourage them to adopt the principles of sustainability, protection of the nature, and providing them with the skills to adapt with the requirements with the volatile changes in the world, in addition to improving their ability to live in a balanced way, and this is according to goal 7 of educational targets, and to be the basics for global citizenship under the civics goal of sustainable goal. And number 8, we stress the important efforts exerted by the GCC countries for developing education. We heard a lot yesterday, and today we heard about the financial and human resources utilized for that, and we focus that the GCC states exerting great efforts to develop education utilizing the modern technologies, with a special portal for comprehensive sustainable development, and these efforts led to improvements on various aspects, including the participation level or percentage in education, the equality between gender equality, and also the overall improvements of schools that would actually provide the foundation for the transformation education. There are challenges, but there are a lot of efforts exerted by the policy makers and decision makers. With regards to the contributions of the GCC countries for supporting education in developing countries, the participants have always commended and thanked appreciated the contributions from the GCC countries for the developing countries through the funds provided for developing the infrastructure, building schools, teacher training, providing the resources for the schools that would provide more accessibility for good education in the developing countries. And this support, this is a signal of the obligation of the GCC countries towards the international conventions accordingly, and also towards contributing to the implementation or achievement of global sustainable goals, SDGs, Sustainable Development Agencies, and in achievement of the goals of the conference, and according to the outcomes and the deliberations taken place. So the ministers of education in the GCC countries to take a number of measures and procedures in an integrated and coordinated way through 4 tracks, reconsidering the goal, the education goals, and also working on developing the skills of the teachers, supporting the teachers and enabling them, and restructuring the teaching profession in the GCC countries, and also in line with the current volatile world. Also achieving the digital transformation education, which will be in line with the educational goals, take into consideration the challenges happening or brought about by AI and other aspects. Fourth, ensuring the sufficient allocations of resources for improving the efficiency of spending on education, and also ensuring the quality education and equitable for everybody. In general, the speeches, the presentations, and the panel discussions in the conference constitute a very rich content which will be reviewed and will be used as a basis for extracting the best conclusions to be included in the document on this conference, which will be published and disseminated by the Research Center under the umbrella of the Arab Bureau of Education for the GCC countries, as a source for the researchers in the region and outside the region. And in conclusion, we hope the discussions and deliberations increased the collective awareness about the importance of education transformation in the GCC and shed light on the opportunities to be utilized and to be addressed, and to lead and the ideas or the insights to lead to motivating the required actions to achieve the desirable change. And we look forward that this conference will enhance the collaboration channels between the regional and international educational and research institutions, and to be an incentive for more creative and innovative approaches to enable education to prepare the coming generations for the future challenges. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to you, Doctor. And now we call on Dr. Mohammed Shrij, the Director of the Research Center of the Arab Bureau of Education for the GCC countries, to conclude or to close the conference. In the name of Allah, the Merciful, the Beneficial, all praise to Allah, and peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you all. It is a great honor for me to be standing in front of you here in the closure of this conference organized by the Research Center of the Arab Bureau of Education for the GCC countries, with the title of Transforming Education, Opportunities and the Challenges for Better Future in the GCC countries. We had a number of elite experts who came from different parts of the world in order to contribute for pushing forward the education horizons towards better spaces. And the conference, first with the assistance of God and with your previous efforts, was actually an opportunity for deep contemplation and thinking of the tracks to be taken for the aspirations of the future generations and response to the challenges or changes posed to us by the changing world. And we had workshops and discussions or deliberate and panel discussions that touched upon very vital pillars like the digital transformation, teacher empowerment and development, and linking education with real life, and focusing on sustainable development. And we feel greatly excited about the success achieved by the collaborative efforts, coordinated and collaboration from everybody. And let me here to express a great thanks and appreciation to His Excellency the Minister of Education, Engineer Jalal Tabtabai, for his patronage and for opening this conference that actually signaled positively on the outcomes of this conference. Conference. And I would like to express a great thanks and appreciation to the Ministers of Education in the member states in the GCC countries, and has had high-level delegations and positive interaction and sharing expertise, which signals a high level of commitment to achieve unified future vision for upgrading the level of education in our countries, especially the panelist speakers who took the burdens to be with us despite the time and the efforts they take, and they shared their best expertise in order for this conference to be a platform which will be dynamic for contributing to enhancing the role of education.
Brothers and sisters, the outcomes of this conference represent a roadmap for us. We hope that this roadmap will be adopted and properly used to ensure the desired development in the GCC countries, notably in the educational field. The recommendations and ideas that were discussed should become the main axis based on which the future pedagogical and educational work plans will be developed in accordance with the latest international trends in the field. The discussions also represent a strong foundation based on which we'll be able to improve the quality of education in the region in a way that ensures the compatibility of the education system in the GCC with the international advances around the world. Last but not least, I would like to thank my colleagues in the Arab Center for all the efforts that they have exerted in order to organize this conference and to make sure it is crowned with success. I would like to wholeheartedly thank them for all of their efforts once again, as they were a vital the vital reason behind the success of this conference. We pray that God will bless us with His guidance, and we hope that we will meet with you again in future conferences. Allow me, please, to call upon the head of the center, to join me on stage, as we would like to pay tribute to some of our colleagues who helped us organize this conference. And we would also like to congratulate some of our colleagues for the work that they have done, notably in Saudi Arabia.
الآن اسمحوا لي أن أكرم زملائي.
Allow me now to pay tribute to my colleagues at the center by providing the head of departments with a small token of our appreciation. Mr. Saeed, if you could please join me on stage. Thank you.
السادة منى البدر.
Ms. Muna al-Badr, is she here?
الحقيقة يعني ما بعد هذه الكلمة من كلمة، فهذا هو إعلان.
We have officially closed this conference. Thank you very much to everyone. And we bid you farewell in the hope of meeting you again in the very near future. Bye.